I have magic tea! Because I am drinking it from a magic teapot that I found in my closet. Because I cleaned out my closet. I have a cool teapot in my closet. I'm very excited. Hold on, I can't see you guys now. What happened? What happened? YouTube, why? Why? Why do you do this? Hold on. I'm fixing the thing. Hold on. I know I'm not muted. No one try and
I still have to finish. Let's see.
Mess with my head and tell me that I'm muted. I'm not.
Not so many as I thought. I'll get to them tomorrow.
What happened to my internet? Okay, I can't see anybody right now. And I don't even know if you guys can see me. What happened to my ping? Goodness! Everything was fine a second ago. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, it wouldn't be a stream if I didn't have some technical difficulties, now would it? Open! Open! Thank you. Okay, there we go. Jesus Christ. I don't know what happened there. That was very strange. I'm also not sure why my ping is so high. If it's gonna stay that high, this is gonna be a very interesting day. It's gonna be a very interesting day. I don't know why it's like that. It's usually at like 120 when I stream. So I don't know what's going on. Okay, I can see you guys now though. We're good. We're good. I don't know what the deal was.
In the name of the princessin.
I don't know what the deal was. We should be good. I was getting frustrated because I'm trying to run a Khaenri'ah exploration team, but it's not working very well. Because hold on, this is really loud. There we go. Okay. I was trying to run a Khaenri'ah exploration team, but it's not working very well because, like, Shalonen can't act as my healer unless it's official. Because I don't have Mona really built. And I don't know that Klee works here. Anyway. Poor frame rate. No, the frame rate shouldn't be very good anyway. That's more to do with my internet than my CPU. My CPU is fine. My CPU is fine. I think. Yeah, see, it's going down. We just had to give it a second. We're okay. I don't know what happened where it spiked. It's been doing that lately, though. I don't know what it is. It has been spiking lately, and I don't know what causes it. It's very strange. Yeah, so I should be more in the 130-ish range. And it's, yeah, I don't know what's going on. If the stream quality remains really low, I will reschedule. I will reschedule. Anyway, sorry for all the technical difficulties. If it is unbearable, let me know. We can reschedule for another time. It is raining here and it's overcast, and I do have my internet is cellular internet, so sometimes the weather screws with it. Just know that's a thing. They can sense the fiber optic coming. I hope so. I would love fiber optic here. That would be great. What? Can I? Okay. I don't know if it didn't. Okay, wow. That is a big, long ping. Okay, we might not be able to do all that much today. This might be one of those days. Okay. Well, I might just have some really interesting deaths then. Maybe that's what it's gonna be. Let's see how quick this is. This is gonna be fun. Watch. Oh, good lord. Good lord. Yeah, okay. I don't know, man. This might be a little too much. I might not be able to do this today. Is something so amusing about watching them die in such a delayed manner? Okay. Maybe we don't do this today then. I think the weather has decreed that we are not doing this today. All right. Well, that is what it is. Why not restart the game? I don't think restarting the game is going to fix it. It's not the game that's the problem. Voice only stream? Oh, that's awkward. Well, I guess that's not really much different from what I normally do. I guess that's not too different. Yeah. I'll be halfway across the map by the time those things enter my inventory. Watch that. Yeah. Can I catch? Yeah, okay. I don't think my ping's gonna go down. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Well, okay, we tried. I mean, I'm fine with streaming without having the game open, but it also feels a little disingenuous.
I do worry about the well-being of my retinue during my impromptu absence.
I'm sure that the people of the Adventurers Guild are absolutely fine, mein Fräulein.
Yeah. I mean, we can see if the game is the problem. We can see if the game is the problem. Hold on. I think it's just going to disconnect me anyway. I think it's just going to disconnect me anyway at this point. Okay, yeah, right. Let's just see if we can, like, open something else and see if it's fine. Have a Wikipedia stream. It might not be this. It might just be my internet is really, really, really bad today because of the weather. It could just be that. It really could be. Is this the last time when I was here on? Oh yeah, this is the last thing I was looking at on this browser. Yeah, okay. My internet's really, 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 really slow. That's what it is. It's not the game, guys. It's not the game's fault. It's not Genshin's fault this time. It's me. I'm the problem. Yeah. Like I said, it's not the game. It's not my CPU. I think this is literally just my internet speed for the day. Want to see? This is not what you guys signed up for. Hold on. I don't want it to open in there. Opera's like a whole different beast. And it's my Star Rail thing right now. It's annoying. Hold on. You're north of me in Canada. We've been getting torrential rain today. Yeah, it hasn't been torrential rain, but it's been raining all day, and it's like really heavily overcast. I thought it would be fine because it's not like really dense cloud cover, but apparently not. Apparently not. Do we have people that explain HSR lore? Because between Genshin and HSR, I navigate Genshin's lore way easier, and in HSR, I have zero clue what's happening. I explain HSR lore. I'm happy to explain those. But you know, there's HSR creators. There's like Lality and Rain Authority. Those two come to mind immediately. Not Rain Authority, not Rain Authority. That's on me. Both of them make really good content. Just to get you started. I'm sure once you watch a video, two of them, YouTube will start giving you all of the HSR lore creators. And there are quite a few. It is a smaller region of YouTube than the Genshin space, though. I will say that. Yeah. Well. Oh yeah, MMA also does some. I think she's mostly been doing shorts recently. But she's made some good long-form content as well. Okay. Well, my plans got kind of kerfucked. And now I don't know what to do. Because I was going to run around and yap, and now I can't run around and yap, and now I just have to stare at a screen. What am I supposed to talk to you about now? Were Skirk's people bishops or dragons? We learned that Raycats? We learned that Raycats dragons could evolve fast. Raycat. What's Raycat dragon? And so could Skirk's people. He always figured that made them like bishop people with slitted eyes. I mean, we don't know that they were fish people, but like, hold on. Hold on. Let me go in here. I think that's funny. I like that that is the first result on here. I'm gonna have to put up with an absurd amount of ads for this too, aren't I? I don't know that I would say that Skirk's people are all bishop people, but like Skirk does have fins, and as far as I know, those aren't the result of her foul legacy transformation type thing. She's had those for forever. Raycat equal Teyvat. Oh! Okay, that makes more sense. I get that now. Okay, yeah. I understand. We learned that Teyvat's dragons could evolve fast, and so could Skirk's people. I don't even know that it's that dragons could evolve fast. It's that time wasn't an issue for dragons, so they could just take the time to evolve. So like, the whole thing with Apep was like, humans lack the element of time in order to evolve. That's why evolution had always been the domain of dragons. Like, dragons are kind of like immortal creatures kind of thing. But not too late for the lore. I don't know if I'm going to stick around to do lore. I think I might just reschedule this for a better weather day so that we can actually run around in game, because like, now I feel bad. I don't want to sit here and just sit on the wiki. That's terrible. I feel like such a slacker. I hate it. Would I rather Malika give up the pyronosis or watch her lose a fight for it? I don't really have a preference. So long as it's... I feel like if they tried to make her lose a fight for it, it'd be way too difficult to make that be believable. Do you know what I mean? It'd be way too difficult for it to be believable. Because she basically went head-to-head with Capitano, no problem. So, like, if you were to send someone else, you'd have to, like, insist that that person was stronger than the captain, who's the top of the Fatui, which I think is really difficult. And I know, like, we still kind of maybe have an unresolved plotline with the Doctor, but, I mean, apart from that, I don't know. I feel like the most likely scenario is that Malika just gives the Traveler the pyronosis, and they get to keep it. And then they're the ones who lose it. I think that would be my preference. I think it would be too difficult to make that transition believable otherwise. Cyrus Gold, thank you for the super. It looks like Istaroth really did plan everything. Well, she planned to sabotage me, is that what you're saying? She planned for this. She's like, no, you must spend the entire day on the wiki and MS Paint. You have no other options. None! Yeah. Will Deluxe Hexen Circle T-set ever get addressed? I'm starving for D-Loot content. Honestly, I think that's a dropped plot thread. I really do. I think it's a drop story beat. I don't think they're gonna address it. I really don't. I think whatever they were planning to do with it, they're not going to do with it anymore. I mean, like we do have what was the what was the event name? There was an event name for this. The one with Diluc's skin. I forgot the name of it. But during that event, we had a letter to Diluc from Alice, who basically decided to adopt him. More or less. So, I mean, you could just write it off as that. I'm a little bit more perplexed by the pattern of the Hex and Circle T-set being on Diluc's jacket. I think that still perplexes me. The T-set itself, I can work around. I can say like, oh, Alice stops by all the time now and she just leaves her T-set there. Like I can buy that, but the jacket's a bit more. Is it just asset reuse? Or does it mean something? That is the eternal game we play inside this game. Yeah. Hello, you're new here? Hello, new here person. Tiramisuki. Do I have any theories on Project Stuzhia? Not on Project Stuzhia. It's like not like a dedicated video just on Project Stuzhia. I have talked about Project Stuzhia in other videos before, but they're more like a side note or a footnote. My controller just turned itself off because it's like, yeah, you're not playing today. Okay, I understand. But yeah, my Project Stuzhia, I think the only video where I like actually explored a Project Stuzhia type thing in any sort of depth was like in some of the Fontaine videos, like back when it got mentioned for the first time. Yeah. Icarus, oh my goodness, thank you for the super. Well, now I feel really bad. I can't do a whole much except like walk around the wiki with you guys now. Oh, thank you. That was really nice of you. I think that's a New Year sticker, but I'm gonna pretend that he's exploding eggs. It's funnier to me. Oh. Any thoughts we had on the recent HSR patch? Last time you spoke, you had you being shaky on Plain Arcadia's intro. I stand by Plain Arcadia's intro being a bit shaky. However, I really liked the last patch. And I'll tell you why, actually. This is somewhat relevant to Genshin, actually. I think that Plain Arcadia so far... Oh my god, my key's stuck. Is actually one of the better written stories in Star Rail. And I can explain why I say that. There's one really specific reason. Wow, that key is really stuck. My backslash key is like... There it goes. I fixed it. All better. That was gonna bother me. I do think it's like one of the better stories that Hoyo's put together in recent times. And it's because they've actually managed to connect everything together in a way that's actually really satisfying. If you haven't played it, plug your ears for a second, because I'm going to give you a really big spoiler. Because the spoiler is the reason I like it. So, sorry, I guess this isn't technically just a Genshin stream anymore. It's going to be an HSR stream too, because I can't play the game. Actually, I wonder if HSR would be more tolerable to play today because, well, it would still be really laggy. I was going to say that the ping doesn't matter as much, but no, let's not do that. Hold on. I wanna walk you through a thought process here real quick. I want to walk you through this. Keyboard must be a fossil. No, it's new. That's what's annoying. It's so annoying. I don't understand why. Jesus. Stop it. Okay. In 4.1, we got to learn a little bit more about the Herald of Death, which I really liked. That was good. But I think what was most interesting about this was that we learned more information about, like, the reason why they were only executed 5 years ago and stuff. And essentially, Marcus Antali, the Herald of Death, was actually a fucking walking tree. He had a fibrous structure and corolla-like appendages. And, like, if you start looking into the little breadcrumbs that they gave you throughout the quest, right? You start to realize that literally everything is connected. Himiko's current state of, is she dead? Is she not dead? Is she an Imagine? Is she a time travel? Like, what is she? Like, that is connected to the fact that Ashvale's arm ate a lot of things that are questionable. And that's connected to the fact that Blade is, like, sensing something on the planet that's calling him, and then that's connected to the fact that Yao Guang senses this disaster that's tied to Blade, and then also connected to Evanescia being a denizen of abundance, and all this kind of stuff. But even all of that is tied to all these shady backroom dealings with the IPC, right? And you start to realize that the Herald of Death is Shuhoo. Man. So you have this, like, one entity that they introduced back on the Loafu that they brought back here, and then they fleshed it out and connected it to every single mystery going on in the entire planet, and it's really cool. Because once you pick up on it, everything makes way more sense. Because I put the explanation in the recap, but I'm gonna tell you like basically how this works. So essentially, Marcus Antali was he was part of the Intelligentsia Guild, but he was also from the School of Evolutionary Perfection, and he was working on this project on cellular reconstruction technology, and he got this funding from an unknown donor who I think is actually the leader of the technology department of the IPC, Yabuli, I don't know how you say it, because she was also the one, the technology department runs the Intelligentsia Guild, effectively, right now. And she also has Marcus Antali's stuff. Like, she was given all of his belongings after he died, right? That's really sus. So having her funnel money to him to work on this project makes a lot of sense. But that also means that Full Wish here is Mara struck. And all of her followers are also Mara struck. So we've got the Mara struck working all over again, which makes it really neat that we meet the Daybreak Squadron, like we fight them, in the Cienjo exhibit at Star Rail Fest, right? Because they are supposed to be playing the High Cloud Quintet. And one of them has not been Mara struck yet. And he's basically the Jing Yuan of the group, the one non-Mara struck who survived the whole ordeal. And I just think it's really neat, all of the callbacks and stuff that they're doing, because it makes sense. And this basically means that Shuhoo is actually a Jinmenju, which is a yokai or a yaoguai, which is basically a tree with 1,000 human faces. They're flowers that look like human heads, and when you ask them questions, they laugh until they die. So I'm kind of thinking that, like, because the abundance is all about cellular regeneration, that Marcus Antali was actually studying, like, a fragment of Shuhoo to see if he could tap into its powers. And then he got infected during the Phantasmoon Games, and he became, like, truly Mara-struck as he started to turn into, like, a Shuhoo-like entity. Hence why Full Wish describes him as having a fibrous structure and corolla-like appendages. So a fibrous tree flower thing, right? And then she was injured by him, and then she came down with some really weird conditions that dulled all of her senses and her emotions, so she could only feel joy. and stuff like that. And now she's like artificially creating more Amara-struck individuals. And then that's why like everyone can, like all of her followers can wear the same mask and that kind of stuff. And it's really kind of cool. I like it. It's fun. It's a good mystery. So I'm very pleased with that. I do think 4.0 was a slow start. But I think 4.1 was a great follow-up. So, anyway, that was that. Someone asked about Star Rail. I had to answer Star Rail. I got, you know. Have I seen the theory that the octopus mask doesn't belong to any one member of the laughter cult, but to the abundance that connects them? That's literally what I just said. To me, that mask is Shuhoo, which is what I said in my last recap video. That mask, the wooden squid mask thing, is Shuhoo. And basically, anyone who has an extension of, like, okay, so if Shuhoo is a tree, then all of the flowers on that tree are all of the followers, right? So those followers are just an extension of Shuhoo at that point, right? Yeah. That's the idea. So whether or not, like, I don't know if it's like Full Wish's mask specifically, or if it's like Shuhoo's mask. And I also don't know if that means that technically it could still be Blade's mask, since Blade has Shuhoo inside of him to some degree. That is still a possibility. Like, it's possible he could also wear the mask, but I don't know. We'll find out. We'll find out, indeed. Was it Genshin stream that became an HSR stream? It's not an HSR stream. Someone asked an HSR question. I had to give an HSR answer. It just happened to be a long one because I'm actually like pretty pleased with the latest Star Rail chapter. I had a lot of fun with it. So, yeah. Anyway. Are spoilers done now? You don't care about spoilers. You're not gonna play it. But yeah, that was all I really had to say on it. That was really all I had to say on it. I'm sure we're gonna get more information on that. There's some veracity stuff going on the planet as well and stuff. I have more thoughts on it, but you know, that is essentially my thoughts on 4.1. So I'm gonna go back to the questions. No, okay. That was a bit of a tangent. I could go on a long tangent. I was gonna make a whole video about it. Okay, I was, but we've only got a 4-week patch cycle, and there's just not enough time. Cause like I think, God, I think next week is a live stream. Like it's soon. So anyway. Cyrus Gold, thank you again for the super. Thoughts about the heavenly principles sitting on top of Irminsul? I think that would be really difficult because Irminsul is underground. And we also have seen the top of Irminsul. And we've also seen the inside of Irminsul. So I don't think that's where they are. I know like there's a lot of lore about like I know there's a lot of lore about like Verofnir being this bird that sits atop the world tree and that kind of stuff. I don't think it's meant to be literal. Like I don't think that's actually where he is. I don't think he's like, you know, hovering over Nahida. I don't think that's what's happening. I think it's more of like an allegorically thing. Like if Irminsul represents the timeline of Teyvat, then Verofnir and or the heavenly principles exists at the end of that timeline, but not necessarily like at the top of the tree. If that makes sense. So I'm just skeptical of the literal interpretations right now, given like how we've been proceeding lately. But one thing I will say though is you know, now that I think about it, Hold on. I can type. When I think about it, though. Memory serves. Yeah, that's what I thought. Just reminded me that Asmoday's blocks are around this tree. I forgot all about that. I don't know why I'm so zoomed in. These are Asmoday's blocks, too. I think Musashi tried to climb this area and got up to the box, and they are her cubes. So that is an interesting thing. Yeah. What do I think of Asmoday's temple and the new boss in it? I mean, I kind of talked about that during the live stream analysis stream thing. Honestly, like right now I'm just looking at that whole thing like oh, you guys remember like you guys remember when in The Little Mermaid, Ariel's like in her friggin' little cave of magic wonders. Oh, this isn't like an official screenshot, but you know, like she's got her little treasure trove of like little trinkets and doodads from the humans that she's been collecting. That's kind of what Asmodee reminds me of right now. Like, look at this stuff. Isn't it neat? So every time someone mentions it, I'm just like, oh yeah, look at this stuff. Isn't it neat? Wouldn't you think my collection's complete? Like the whole time. And the fact that Asmodee's hair moves like Ariel's doesn't help either. It just, in my head, they're synonymous right now. The boss wise, I mean, I really want to say something smart about Watchers from the Book of Enoch, but like I feel like it's just a loose reference and that it's not actually going to be taken as literally as I would like it to be, so I'm going to refrain. But it is interesting that there are other angel-like entities that are like Asmodee or that follow Asmodee. I do think that's pretty cool. Because it would mean that just like Istaroth has the 1,000 winds, Asmodee may have like 1,000 watchers or something. Well, not literally, but you know what I mean. Who's her Eric? She doesn't need an Eric. See, that was Ariel's mistake, see? She didn't need that. She did not need that. That was kind of... Anyway. I just realized that the reason my chat's so messed up is because I am on the wrong tab. That will do it. That'll do it. Yeah, okay. Umar, thank you for this super. Do you think Asmodee had a court of sorts, or was her temple always empty? You know, like an actual civilization. That's a hard one. I would say it was okay, so here's the thing. There are 2 temples of space, right? As far as I can tell. Hold on, this is the wrong wiki. That is also the wrong wiki. Hold on. There are 2 temples of space, as far as I can tell. There's the one that's actually at Dornman Port. Oh, jeez. Why is it doing this? There's the one that's actually at Dornman Port, and then there's the one that's in the sky, right? So I think okay. Renly and Xiao, hold on. I have something to say with that. Hold on. That's actually, I didn't think of that until just now. Okay, so there's 2 temples, right? There's the temple on Dormant Port. There's a temple in this liminal space thing that we don't actually know where it is yet. I would say that the Temple of Space in the sky, that repository that Asmodee has, that was probably never occupied. it does seem as though, like, there are people in that space that you can talk to that exist there, but it doesn't seem like they were... It seems like they were more stewards of the place than, like, residents, if that makes sense. It almost feels like they were part of temples of space that existed elsewhere that she kind of, like, scooped up and then put in her collection. Like, I don't think they were supposed to be there, but we'll see. That said, I do think the one on Dormant Port was supposed to be occupied at some point and just isn't anymore. Kind of same with, like, with the whatchamacallums, the Thousand Wind Temple, right? Like that was also supposed to be occupied to some degree. Just hope they don't suck us in and don't let us have access to the camera. I don't think it'll be like that, because I think this is going to be like a chasm-like area. Right? Like, I don't think it'll be super domain-like. I mean, if it is, that would suck. And also, I hope you all have Charlotte. Right, okay, hold on. Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? Hold on. No. Oh, there it is. Okay, I found it. Okay. So, as I was trying to answer that question, Ren Li Go basically said, biblically accurate angel has 1,000 eyes, and Chiao said Asmoday has 1,000 cubes. Here's the thing. Our companion in the Temple of Space is a hand, right? But when you said 1,000 eyes and then you said 1,000 cubes, I immediately thought of the hand that's going to help us through here. And that just reminded me of the omnipresent God. I don't know why this is doing this. It's not... I don't want this one. I want the statue, okay? I want the statue. I know this is going to give me A, but I don't want A. I want the statue. Oh, this is such a pain in the ass that I can't go into the game because my internet sucks. Blah! How annoying. That is so annoying. Thank you, Google. Okay. Now, look, I know this is supposed to be like one of A's titles or whatever, but I'm still not convinced this is at all supposed to be a statue of A, okay? I'm just not. And I'm probably never gonna be, unless they just, like, come out here and say it straight up, okay? But... I can't remember how... I'm not gonna be able to remember how to spell this, am I? This is gonna be so... Okay, hold on. I'm not gonna spell it right. No. Hold on. Guanyin, there you go. Okay. All right. Listen. This would make sense to me. This god is supposed to have 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. The omnipresent god, because there's one eye on every hand. Right? But if you have time and space, if you had time that was theoretically 1,000 eyes, and you had space, which was technically 1,000 hands, and you put them together, you would have space-time, and that would be a 1,000-eyed, 1,000-handed god. That would be really cool. I would be down for that. Renova wings are sus, but the little hair thing drops it off. It looks more like the Welkin Moon Goddess. I'm not saying it's anyone in particular. And just as a reminder, the Welkin Moon Goddess is Zibai. Just so you know. That was Zibai. I don't think the statue is of Zibai. Although that would be very interesting. What? Why are you all hawing me? Was this not obvious to anybody else? Oh my god, okay, hold on. Hold on. Apparently, I made an assumption, and it was not a correct assumption, that everyone else would reach this conclusion as well. Okay, hold on. Hold on. The Welcome Moon was Columbina. Yes, but Columbina wasn't, like, active for a very long time. Zebai was the false moon, while Columbina was, let's call it hibernating. Okay. Means, but why do you guys think this changed when we saved Columbina? This is actually kind of funny. Or maybe I'm the crazy one. Who knows? Let's find out. Oh my god, this slow internet's gonna kill me. Because, like, okay, Lantern Rite spoilers, okay? Zebai was the lunar envoy, right? She was supposed to be, like, the one going to and from the people to the moon, okay? So, like, if you look at Zebai and you look at the Welkin moon, do you not see the resemblance in the hair here? That is Zebai. In my opinion. Like, to me, here's my thought process. During Lantern Rite, we learned that Zebai was basically, like, let's just say sealed within the false moon construct that was meant to serve, like, as a placeholder for the true moon, right? The Welkin moon. So she's a false or hollow moon that existed in the sky, right? And then when Columbina came back, Zebai no longer had to be trapped there serving as the pseudo moon for the time being. She was able to be freed at that point. So at that point, her duty of serving as the envoy of the moons and giving you Primogems in place of the moons no longer had to happen because Columbina could now do that, right? Yeah. It's not just the hair, all right? It's the timing of everything too. Because basically immediately after we rescue Columbina, we immediately get to meet Zebai. Zebai was the lunar envoy, right? So, like, whoever's on the moon is the one giving you the blessing of the moon. It's not that I'm saying Zebai is the Welkin moon. Zebai was just the envoy that was, you know, acting in place of the Welkin moon. She was serving as the lunar envoy then. So she was giving us Primogems. Anyway. Also the golden moon behind her and the leeway flavored stuff in the background. I don't know, man. To me, this is supposed to be a representation of Zebai. I think they intentionally designed Zebai to match the Welkin moon. Not the other way around. I think they designed Zebai to match the Welkin moon. This might be a stupid question, but what are Primogems? Because we get them from Archon Quest, but also chests and Welkin World Quest, and what do they mean? I mean, they are primordial gemstones. Oh my god. I don't know why I added a space in the middle of that. I don't. Can you please load? I'm gonna... Okay. The search feature on the wiki is the worst thing ever. Please don't make me navigate to this manually. I don't want to. Okay. There we go. See, you add an S to it and it won't give you the friggin'... Anyway. It literally just says a primordial crystalline gem that's beyond the mundane world, and it shines with the condensed hopes and dreams of universes that once were. So if you ask me, these are little fragments of the abyss that are made into inert matter that we then use to summon people from beyond the sky. Because we can. Yeah. You're so lost. What exactly is the Welkin moon? Welkin just means like new or hollow or heavenly moon. It's basically just saying like the new moon. Essentially. So like Teyvat originally had 3 moons, but then they all got destroyed. Well, 2 of them got destroyed. Their avatars all died, and then Columbina was sort of born from their remains, more or less, and she possessed the frost moon, but the frost moon was outside of the firmament, so she couldn't really like be a part of anything in Teyvat. So Teyvat was like, well, I'm supposed to have a moon, so there was a false moon construct in the sky that was inhabited by the former lunar envoy to the previous 3 moon sisters that then went away when the frost moon was brought back inside of the firmament. Okay, so the Welkin moon is, for real, Columbina. But the blessing of the Welkin moon up until we freed Columbina was given by somebody else. The lunar envoy, Zabai. Did they confirm that anywhere? No. Is all the evidence there to say that that's true? Yes. Am I going to call it true then? Yes. Until proven otherwise. Man, I missed having a teapot. I haven't had a teapot in a long time. I missed you, little buddy. You keep my tea so nice and toasty. Toasty tea. How come Primogems are accessible as Mora to Liben and Catherine? I mean, I think they're just things that you find. Like, I really just think they're supposed to be like little things that you find. Like even, I don't think they're meant to be super special. I think that for most people, Primogems just don't have any value because they don't know how to use them. And like, if you go to Star Rail, for example, Stellar Jades are also accessible by regular people. But like, for the most part, most people don't know what to do with them. But these are basically the same thing, right? But they exist in the main world. It's just that like most people don't know what to do with them, so they don't matter that much. Cute little trinkets they hang out. You ask, where is the Hall of Pillars? And I scream, it's called the Hall of Pillars. Yeah. You feel like Primogems are like Stardust or something because you used to get them to get constellations. I don't know if they're Stardust. I would say that they're star fragments because we do have Stardust and Star Glitter, right? Like those are byproducts of using a Primogem, which would, well, I guess that technically means that these are either stars or star fragments. But the thing is we take Primogems and we convert them into fates, and then we use fates to summon somebody, right? So if fate is the story of an individual in this game, then technically what we're doing is we're basically like asking heaven to bequeath us with a storybook character with this wishing star. And when they fall back down to Earth, we also get Stardust and Star Glitter. Ziju was the one on the Shadow Moon. Thank you, Cyroscold. Yeah, you're right. I am not referring to her deadly selves individually. I guess that is a fair correction, though. That is definitely a fair correction. Like making Durin? Yeah, like making Durin. Okay, hold on. I went off on a long tangent there. Okay, yeah, I'm good. Phew. We're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. We're good. That's a lot of questions there. Holy shit. Because there's so many questions. Why? But why can you convert them to resin? Because resin comes from trees. Okay, watch this. Here's the thing. Resin comes from trees. Technically, you offer original resin to Irminsul, right? Irminsul likes resin because resin is tree blood. And Irminsul would very much like a transfusion of blood because those little sprouts of it that are inside the domains are very shriveled and very dead looking and could definitely use some blood. Okay? This is a blood transfusion. So, Irminsul is also considered the story of the world, right? Like, it contains all of the history of Teyvat's past, present, and future, right? So, it makes sense to me that its branches contain stars, more or less? Little Primogems or whatnot? If you can convert Primogems into fates, and fates are also stories, then fates are also, like, Irminsul-esque entities. So, like, to have these things go in like to be transmutable amongst each other makes sense to me. But maybe it's a little convoluted. Tree, star, basically. I mean, okay. Tree, star, basically the same thing. But yes, because we're all made of stardust, right? We are all composed of stardust. That's just the way it goes. It's like watering plants, kind of. The thing about resin with trees is that resin is like the only way resin is the only way a tree has to protect itself from damage, right? So if, like, a woodpecker pecks a hole in a tree, the only thing a tree can do is expel resin in order to seal up the damage that was done. That's all it can do. So it's like scabbing over, right? Like, if you go to a dying tree or a dead tree and it's got a big wound in it and you slap some resin on it, some external resin on it, that tree will be very happy because you'll have sealed up its wound, right? You'll have bandaged it for it. Like, that's kind of like how it's meant to be used in that case. Zabai just feels like she'll ruin or put a wet wrench into Liwei's independence from the gods. I mean, yes and no. I mean, whenever you have immortals, like, you're gonna have some problems when it comes to non-immortals living alongside them, right? Because, like, they're two different species. They have different needs and whatnot, and, like, so long as Zabai doesn't just, like, I don't know. I think the main takeaway for me from the Liyue Archon quest wasn't so much that humans are meant to defend this land on their own. It's more that it's not the Adepti's full sole responsibility, I should say, to defend the land for them. but instead to defend the land alongside them, right? So like when you watch the Liyue Archon quest, you see humans and Adepti working together. And I think that was the main takeaway here. It's like they are no longer children that need to be protected. They are adults who can help with the protecting. So to me, having Zabai come back and help out isn't that big of a deal. Like, I don't think it goes against anything thematically, really. Because so long as she also allows people to fight alongside her, it'll be fine. Because that's what they want to do. With instead of for. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but she is as powerful as Rex Lapis. Yeah, she is. I mean, in theory, yeah. But like, since when has power been the only thing that matters? Right? You guys have to remember that strength isn't the end-all be-all. You're not going to punch the heavenly principles into submission, no matter how much you want to. It's not going to happen. Like, that's not how it works. Like, some things just cannot be brute forced. Neon Seas, thank you for the super. What do you think of the connection between us getting multiple Dottore lore in 6.x and Lohen showing up with blue hair and red ringed eyes and crazy as hell? To me, Lohen is kind of on the same spectrum as Aoife. And, you know, because like Aoife... Aoife... Aoife is also kind of Dottore flavored in a lot of ways. Like, not only is he a doctor, but he has almost the same coloring with the silvery blue hair and all that. But like, to me, Lohen is similar in that regard, in that like, yeah, they have some similarities, but like none that I would say, oh, look, that's one of his segments, or like something along those lines. I don't think we're gonna get that. I don't think we're gonna get that. Lowen's fun though. He's one of the less safe characters they've made in a while, I think, which is nice. But honestly, like, more so than Dottore, can I just say, like, listen. To me, Lohen is just heckin' crazy an Axa. You know, like, this is just an Axa. I'm sorry, but this is just what an Axa was like as a kid. That's not to say that Lohen and Anaxa are the same, but like when I look at Lohen, I see Anaxa, not Dottore so much. But I get it. I do get it. It's just, this makes me laugh every time. I do like Anaxa. Anaxa is also crazy. He's just not violent in the same way that Lohen is. But yeah, I think it's more of a, yeah. Anyway, that's, I don't know why that makes me giggle. Oh, it's bad. It's bad. Am I gonna pull for Nicole? I don't know. Maybe. I don't think I'm gonna go out of my way for her. The thing about Nicole is I don't really like how inconsistent she is.
And it's kind of soured me on her a little bit. This may not be a problem for most people, but I think, like, I can easily reconcile the fact that they sort of built Nicole up as this sort of mysterious prophecy fortune teller sort of person in the first half of the game, and then decided, you know what, we're gonna kind of subvert your expectations on that, make her a little different. Like, I can get past that. That's fine. If that's what they want to do, that is what it is, right? I also understand not wanting to have like two prophets in the Hexen Circle. Like it that seems like that's a job they could just leave for Barbeloth, right? For me though, what bothers me about Nicole is how inconsistent she is with how she treats history. Like, history seems to be like the thing she's really interested in, and she likes to nerd out on it. But then in the Bubble World event, she was like, oh, don't worry, the details don't matter. And then also, like, in the Archon quest, she's like nerding out over some details, but then when she notices that something might be off, she doesn't say anything. Like, it doesn't bother her. Like, there's this weird inconsistency with her character that really bothers me. And maybe they'll resolve it when she comes out, but right now I'm a little mixed on her as a result. So there's that. I'm also like, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I have a feeling that Lohen is gonna be a 4-star though. He kind of just has that vibe. I'll be surprised if he's a 5-star. But if he is a 4-star, like I think he is, then I think he'll probably end up being, well, I would assume he's gonna come out soon, right? Who else is gonna... Sorry, I'm thinking about who we saw in the silhouette. So Linnea's coming out this patch. So next patch would either be the little dark Nahida that we saw, or Nicole, right? Because the only other silhouette on the thing unaccounted for is the one that doesn't exist, like that empty silhouette, remember? So if Lohen happens to be on Nicole's banner, I may end up with a Nicole, but I don't think I'm going to go out of my way for her. But your Doylean critique is that the writers don't seem to know how to deal with having a knowledgeable character like Nicole while still drip feeding lore. Yeah, that could be. It could be the fault of the writers and not Nicole. It really could be. I think right now it's just like, even though she's had a lot of screen time, I feel like it's still not a lot of screen time. There's so many inconsistencies, and I feel like they haven't resolved any of them, and it kind of bothers me. So I'm like, I'm still mixed. I'm mixed. We'll see. I do like her design though. Like, I think she's very pretty. But I don't pull for pretty. I don't pull for pretty. Do I think Hoya will base some of the Tsaritsa lore on the Romanov family and what happened to them? Maybe. I mean, you could argue that they kind of already have, because, like... Oh, I can't spell. You can argue that they kind of already have, because Rotwang, or Rothvangi, he was basically the Rasputin-esque character to the Belyit Tsar, right? Like, that's basically what his role was. He was the one to whisper sweet nothings in the Belyit Tsar's ear and make him want to do questionable things, right? So you could argue that the Rasputin arc here already happened, and the Anastasia left over is a slightly different timeline because, you know, she's not missing. She took over the throne, right? Like he didn't wipe out the whole royal family, just most of it, right? You thought this was the prophet guy? What prophet guy? But did Rotwang bang a tongue of ladies? I mean, he had a whole, like, Fallout cult underground bunker thing. Wouldn't be surprised if there were some interesting things going on up there. Oh yeah, look, they even say that here. Looks like somebody else had the same thought. Yeah. Oh, wasn't Rasputin the prophet guy of the Romanovs too? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, he was like, I mean, he was an occultist. But I think in this particular case, in Genshin, Rotvang was, he was like the Belyet Tsar's sort of advisor, if you will, but also an occultist. And he's the one who convinced him to let him go to Nod Cry and do all those things, summoning the abyss and stuff like that, so he could build his own Elysium, right? Rasputin's first name is Grigori. Yeah. And the Belyet Tsar died 500 years ago. Yeah. I mean, I think that was a slightly, it was a separate incident, but I think it could have had the same root cause, right? Like, I think Rothvangi was a correlating incident. Yeah. Do we actually know how the Belyet Tsar died? I can't remember. There's so many... Why am I doing this? I can just click his name. There's so many different stories about the Tsar right now that I can't remember which ones are true currently and which ones are just stories. Oh, it just says he fell to the cataclysm. Okay. So we don't know. We don't know exactly how he died. Okay. That was more or less what I thought, but I couldn't remember if something else had been confirmed or not. You felt we could have had a great boss fight against the professor, such a wasted opportunity. Yeah. I found the... Okay, I really... In isolation, I liked the Fallout shelter, and I also liked the big eyeball area. But I did feel like the second half of the Reed Miller series was a lot messier than the first half. Okay, we'll put it that way. It does feel like it did feel very strange to not fight Rotvang and to fight like just one of his minions. That was odd. It was very odd. Did they ever explain anything or build upon the piece of the moon that's underneath the design bureau? No, they didn't. Isn't that interesting? Okay. For the most infuriating thing to me about Nod Cry, aside from the time travel, which is a separate thing, I just have beef with time travel. You guys know that. The most infuriating thing to me about Nod Cry right now is the fact that for every question they answered, they raised like 4 new questions. And that moon under the, research bureau is one of them. can't wait to see what they do with that. Hint, the answer is probably nothing. To move your attention again. Yeah, I mean, basically. Did you know that the Bakunawa's name in the Merijavari is a mythical dragon name in the Philippines that appears at night and devoured the moons? Yes, I did. I did indeed know that. It's part of the reason why I went down the Bakunawa was one of the reasons why I started looking into why gold makes dragons. That was why. I didn't talk about it much in that video because it wasn't relevant to the actual findings at the end, more or less. But like that was kind of like the catalyst that got me there. Because just like Nibelung, basically did the same with his own moons that he made, so too did the Bakunawa in myth. Although the Bakunawa, as far as I know, there's like a few different myths associated with them, depending on which one you look at. There was one I remember about their sibling that was a turtle, and then humans killed the turtle, and then the Bakunawa was really angry, and then it ate the moon out of revenge. Something like that. I thought that was cool. Partly because Genshin likes to associate turtles with time. So I thought that was kind of fun. Although it's a little difficult to see what the actual parallel is in the game. But still fun. Hello, I'm new here. Hello, new here. Welcome. Turtles all the way down, more or less. Let's see if I can find it. You know what? It might not be the turtle of time. It might be the tortoise of time. I think it's the tortoise of time. Tortoise of time. Am I interchanging tortoises and turtles? Yes! Because I can. Tortoise. That wasn't it. But that is one of them. Wasn't the one I was thinking of, though. Okay. I don't know if I'll be able to find it very quickly. I think it had something to do with Nahida. It might be in her... Actually, hold on. I think it's in her voice lines. Is that why everyone had turtles in Mont? Oh, yeah! It might be, yeah. You're right. That didn't occur to me. Hold on. Turtle. No. Tor. There we go. This one. It's as if the great tortoise of time accidentally threw her off its back and left her suspended in the past. This one. If you start looking for relationships between turtles and time in this game, you'll find far more than you expected. There's at least 5. I don't want to hunt them all down right now. I have them compiled somewhere, but I don't want to go get them. Please don't make me. I don't want to. Nahida's trailer has a turtle? It does. Indeed. Speaking of turtles, it still bothers me that we haven't figured out who or what the turtle and the fox are in the Boar Princess. Or who they're supposed to be allegories for. Yeah. Boar Princess remains a bit of a mystery. Even after all this time, there's still things to discover. Unrelated, but I saw some people mad about Skark's voice line about the heavenly principles on the false sky being more positive. I feel like I need to check the wording on that to know what you mean. So let's do that.
Ah, okay. This one. Once in a while, I find myself gazing up at the stars. I know it's just a false sky, but I can sense that the creator had a romantic vision of the cosmos. Oh my god, it's Nibelicia! This will be a romantic story like never before. Faced with the unfathomable vastness of time and space, humanity looks to history books to preserve a piece of themselves for the ages, and I think the creator of this sky shared the same desire, to capture a fleeting moment of the universe and make it last forever. I mean, I don't think this is a bad line. I mean, you know, like, how do I put this? The Heavenly Principles isn't a bad entity. Like, I think this is a bit of a misnomer. Like, there aren't really any villains here. Like, that's kind of... How do I put this? I really feel like the idea of villainizing either Nibelung or the Heavenly Principles is doing them both a disservice. Because I would argue that both of them loved the planet and the living beings in it in their own way. And really, if you think about this as like two authors working on the same series, you could just say that they had some creative differences, but it doesn't make one better than the other, right? Flinched so hard at romantic that I fell off my chair. Only Star Rail players understand. And Genshin players don't want to, which is fine. Hold on, I'm going to throw my dogs outside. It's not gonna... Oh, I can't make it stop raining, Levi. I'm sorry. I know, you poor thing. He's like, Mama been cooped up inside all day. I want to go outside. We went outside. I want to go outside again. We're not going outside again unless you want to get wet. You big fluffy thing. Sorry. I can't throw them. They're heavy. They're 60 pounds each. I can't throw them that far. You fear the Play in Arcadia story? I don't think it'll be bad. Although, one thing that's really funny is that I'm gonna make a Genshin joke about Star Rail. Hold on. So in Play in Arcadia, the like de facto leader of the planet is named Pearl, and she's a robot, okay? And she's trying to learn the art of imagenesis, which is basically bringing your artwork and your imagination to life. And immediately I was like, oh, hey, there's a Pearl who's trying to create a world through Genesis. We have a whole Genesis Pearl. And it's even mechanical, perhaps like the Heavenly Principles. Who'da thunk? How strange. Oh, goodness. Dragon Pearl. Speaking of, though, there is dragons on Play in Arcadia. Or at least there's the Veracity, which is a Leviathan, which is a dragon. So there's that. And if you want to subscribe to my crack theory that the abundance was actually split from Long, and that Long is also a dragon, and I think he was also an ascended Leviathan, then you have another one. I thought it was funny. Thoughts on Dottore burning Irminsul down? I mean, that is contingent on Dottore not being dead. So, I don't know. I mean, to be fair, I do think that Project Stuzhia, which someone asked about earlier, does involve the burning of the world tree. And so in that case, that would be Irminsul. So I mean, there's that, but again,
depends on Dotori not being completely dead. So, we'll see. Speaking of Alicia, did you know that Apollo and Cyrene from Greek mythology loved each other, and that Voyager is heavenly inspired by Apollo, and that Koitar may have a lot in common with Alicia? Yeah. That's why I kept calling Alice Alicia up until we met her and got to know more about her. But no, don't trust me. I know more about Cyrene than I ever care to admit. Oh, yeah. Thoughts on Kleiner? I don't have any new thoughts on Kleiner. I mean, he sounds like a Voyager-esque entity. I mean, he's called a seeker. Similar to a Voyager or traveler, you know. I would assume he's probably off doing something similar to what Voyager used to do. But I don't really have any, like, big opinions of him. He exists, I guess. That's something. I feel like if we'd known about him 2 years ago, it might have felt more shocking. But the thing is Teyvat has so many Outlanders in it at this point, and so many things from the outside that know about it, that, like, there's not much in the way of surprise, right? It doesn't feel as impactful as it once used to. Is Kleiner the 5th Descender? No, because an Outlander doesn't have to be a Descender. That's the thing. An Outlander is just an Outlander. A Descender is very specific, like a very specific type of Outlander. So is the Voyager Kleiner? No, I didn't say that. I said that they probably had similar roles. So, like, Voyager was traveling the cosmos, documenting the fall of civilizations as they happened, right? Like, she was like a record keeper. I would assume that Seeker is a similar type of job. They're probably traveling the universe looking for information, or documenting information, or looking for habitable planets, things like that. But because we've already had several of these, it just doesn't feel as important as it used to. It just feels like, oh, another one. Okay. Is Kleiner Curl a dwarf? Because his name literally means little guy. If you ask me, when we talk about dwarves, I would be tempted to remind you of this, where the Nibelung was a race of people, and they were frequently associated with dwarfs. What's interesting to me about this, though, is that Dvalin and Durin are the names of dragons, but they're also the names of dwarves. And so is Dane, technically. Well, Dane has multiple origins, but I digress. So, you could look at it that way. Isn't he inspired by the Little Prince? I don't know. I don't think anyone knows. Like, every time I talk to somebody about Kleiner, like, somebody else has some other thing that he must be inspired by on the sole basis of his name. I think he's a Lovecraftian reference. I know some other people think he's a reference to, I think it's Fallout. I think there's a Fallout, the character in Fallout for that. I don't remember. I haven't played Fallout in forever. Well, I don't friggin' remember. I've heard Little Prince one. I've heard the Dwarf one. I've heard Kevin XP. I've heard all sorts of things. I don't think we know enough, honestly, to say anything. I really don't. It's like, yeah, we have his name. It means little guy. Okay. You know who else is a little guy? Our little Depetlosaur. Is that Kleiner? Probably not. But yeah, I'm not sure, really. Kleiner is your father? I mean, I hope not, because that would mean Alice's mom. Unless we're from a previous marriage. If he goes, oh, Fiddlesticks. Oh, it's Half-Life. Okay. That makes more sense. That makes more sense. I have not played Half-Life. Have I watched somebody else play it? Yes. I have not played it myself. I didn't say he was a dragon. I just said it's interesting that he's that like there's some relationship there. That's all. He's not actually one. Don't take that away. The King and the Chess Weekly boss with Alice being the queen is perhaps foreshadowing Alice being the final boss of Nod Cry. Yeah, and I mean, you could, by that token, is what I'm assuming you're saying, is that Alice is tall, and Kleiner would then be the short king in that situation, right? Because, like, what are they called? It's an unfinished chess game. I'll let it load. Nothing to think about. If anything, it just means that they actually made Alice marry instead of cowarding out. Yeah. I mean, that is true. That is very true. Oh, it's unresolved chess game. That's why. That's why. Ascended King and Sublimated Queen. Yeah. These two. This was the idea. This was the idea. I have mixed feelings on this being related to Alice and Kleiner, though, if only because, like, it feels really weird for them to be the king and queen of Teyvat. They would have to be from somewhere else, which, I don't know. It feels weird. It does feel weird. Alice is maybe Koitar descendant? Maybe. Who knows? For all we know, Kleiner could be the name of the heavenly principles. But this actually seems very unlikely in hindsight. Never mind, I didn't say anything. Never mind. That would be funny, though. It would mean that they weren't sleeping, that they snuck out a window while the shades weren't looking. That would be very funny. Or it's just regular Hex and Circle theatrics. Yeah, it could be. It's really difficult sometimes to figure out, like, what we see because we want to see it and what the developers intended. Or even if what we're seeing is important. Did they ever call him Kleiner Curl, or is that just the second half made up by the people on the internet? So my understanding behind the second half of his name is that there is a Twitter post, an official Twitter post, with that name in it. And that is the basis for Kleiner Curl. That's all I know. I wasn't really interested enough in the topic to go looking for anything myself, so you'll have to forgive me for not knowing more on that one. So the Belyid Tsar is the Tsaritsa's father, then who the hell is her mother? Oh, who is her mother? You didn't swear. I'm sorry, that was in your name. Who is her mother, or was it a one-man job to create the Tsaritsa? No, I mean, like, her mother could have died young. Her mother could have been a human, for all we know. Maybe she's a halfling, right? Maybe she died of natural causes and the Tsaritsa was half immortal creature, so she just, you know, outlived her mom. That's possible. Imagine if Kleiner really was the heavenly principles. The Shades would meet their stepmom and their half-sister Klee. Imagine the family reunions. It would explain why Asmoday and Klee look alike, though. It would. It would explain a lot. Could you imagine getting the Temple of Space? You get all the way to the end, and like Asmoday's waiting there, and then Klee shows up. Oh, I know you. He's so funny. It'll never happen, but it would be really funny. Do you think Albedo and Rhindaughter were ever supposed to be villains or antagonists? I mean, maybe. I feel like I have mixed feelings on the Sinners. Like, I don't know how much they've decided, like, oh, we want to have 5 sinners instead of 1 sinner. Because, like, I do kind of feel like at some point we would have heard more about the other sinners earlier. But then again, we do have Child. So, I don't know. I mean, Rhindaughter is still technically somewhat antagonistic. It's just that, how do I think the issues with the Sinners is that they've been painted as villains for a long time. And it is possible that at one point they wanted to make them true villains, all of them, not just Rhindaughter. But I feel like over time, or even just the draft of the story they eventually went with, it just worked better for them if the Sinners were more morally gray. I guess that's kind of where it's at. Like, could they have been antagonistic? Sure. They were kind of baited, or kind of implied to be. We kind of got baited into thinking they might be. But it's so hard to say. Like, how much of the stuff you read in game is propaganda and how much of it is actually real? That is a difficult tightrope to walk, you know? Do you think we'll get more on the Child Ajax arc, or they'll just abandon that? I don't know what you mean by more on which arc. Do you mean like the connections between Child and the Third Descender? Or do you want to mean the just Child's story quest? Or is it the Child and Project Stuzhia? There are quite a few. Even Rarer is a dark shade of gray. I mean, yes and no. I mean, that guy was basically a paid assassin, right? That's pretty terrible. But then they were like, yeah, but we're going to make him really sympathetic so you understand why he did the things he did. I don't know. But like, how do I when Rarer came out, I was gonna make a video on kind of how he got to be the way he is. Not from the in-game events necessarily, but like just from like a meta perspective. And the thing is, like, Khaenri'ah was a very interesting place from a historical standpoint. And if you look at R'hllor, he did really horrible, awful things. But he was also dumb as bricks. Because here's the thing. The crimes he committed and what was going on in Khaenri'ah with the Crimson Moon Dynasty and stuff like that, all of that stuff it came from the top down, right? Like it was based on a lot of propaganda. It was based on a lot of fear mongering. It was based on a lot of I'm just following orders, right? And we see instances in history where that kind of thing happens, where normal people and even really smart people get coerced into committing horrible, horrible crimes or just horrific actions in general, or even just turning a blind eye to it and just being complicit in letting things happen. And a lot of that stems from, how do I put this? Humans are creatures who always follow the path of least resistance, right? We like things to be easy. We like easy explanations. We like easy solutions to problems. You know, we are biased towards the easy way out, always. We have to actively try to do things in a more difficult way, or to think about things more deeply, right? Or to challenge things, or to question things, right? Like we have to do that. So what happens is when you start putting people in a place of constant fear or paranoia or propaganda, you start to see people get overwhelmed. And when you overwhelm people to such a degree, you stress them out, and you basically you use up all their brain's RAM, okay? They have no RAM left to just function. And in order for them to have more RAM to function, they need to offload some of that cognitive load, basically. And they do that by putting their faith and trust in somebody else. So in this case, the person that R'hllor and everyone else put their faith and trust in King Ermin and his administration, effectively. His whole cabinet of people. And when he did that, he was able to be like, I am just following orders. I believe in the mission of King Ermin. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do, and all that kind of stuff. And so when you start looking at things from that perspective, his position becomes a little bit more understandable, because his actions never came from a position of malice or hatred in his own heart. It came from the fact that he offloaded a lot of his critical thinking to somebody else because it was easier to do that. And there are a lot of reasons why someone would do that. It's something that we've seen throughout history and even today, which in the end was the reason why I never actually made the final video, because I'm just like, you know what? I can't talk about this without talking about current events all around the world, so I maybe shouldn't do this. So I decided not to. But I strongly recommend, if any of you are interested in that kind of psychology, because it is really interesting, I recommend you look up. Oh, I'm going to spell this wrong. I'm going to spell this so wrong. German, am I right? I recommend you look up The Prison Papers, written by Dietrich Bonhoeffer. This guy was really, really, really interesting in that he was a priest who was basically trying to fight against a Nazi regime. He got an option to leave Nazi Germany for a while and just basically save himself. And after just a couple of months of being away, he's like, no, you know what? I need to witness everything that's going on and struggle alongside my countrymen. And so he went back and continued to be an anti-Nazi preacher, basically. He was eventually arrested, and while he was in prison, he wrote the prison papers, and it was an analysis on him witnessing and trying to dissect the reasoning behind why all of these really smart people that were around him would be complicit in these honestly horrific actions, right? And he eventually, in his prison papers, wrote the theory of stupidity, which talks about cognitive offloading and why people do the horrific things they do and are complicit in a lot of these very tragic events. And it's very fascinating. It's really well put, and I think it kind of recontextualizes a lot of stuff, and also helps you sort of talk to people about other things too, like not just the horrors, but even, you know, like figuring out who you trust with things, right? Because like in daily life, you are asked to make so many choices and to understand so many things throughout a single day that like no one throughout history would have ever had to do that much work with, right? No one would have ever had to know that much stuff. It just wouldn't happen. And that it's kind of like the reason we have experts, right? We're supposed to trust experts to have our best interests or to be able to do the work and all that kind of stuff. And for the most part, that does work to a degree. But what happens is when you offload your basically your critical thinking, just taking the easy way out, just finding one person to trust, if you trust that person blindly, right, and you don't question anything that they say, they can basically convince you of almost anything. And that's really problematic because that means they can lie to you and you'll believe them no matter what. And that's effectively the problem with the theory of stupidity, because they'll start building out all these lies on truths, and then you won't be able to differentiate the truth from a lie anymore because you've forgotten how to ask questions. And in the end, it all kind of boils down to the fact that good ideas and the truth welcome questioning, because good ideas and the truth always stand up to scrutiny. And so if anyone forces you to not question something, then you can rest assured that they're probably lying, because lies are the only things that don't like being challenged. And to me, that's kind of like the embodiment of what Rerir and, to an extent, the Lindis were going through, and a lot of Khaenri'ah was going through, right? Like, they basically trusted their king, and they turned a blind eye, and they said, he knows what's best, and blah, 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 and they just kind of went along with it. And that's how you get the I'm just following orders, because you didn't ask if you should follow those orders. So you have, like, at the end of the day, you really have to ask yourself whether or not that means that Rerir is morally gray, or if that makes him truly evil. And I don't have an answer for that. But I do think that, you know, in the grand scheme of things, it is important that they decided to go that route with him, as opposed to just making him someone who is full of bloodlust, like by nature. You know what I mean? I think that's the key takeaway. Like, he's not Lohen. Lohen's not a bad guy, right? Like, Lohen's not a bad guy, but he is violent by nature, right? He's the kind of person, if not given a good outlet, who could very quickly go the wrong way. But Rerir is kind of the opposite, because he was honestly, like, at his core, far more of a pacifist, just a tired person who wanted to live a peaceful life, but didn't have a very peaceful job. And that takes a toll on you. So I think that's the key takeaway here. I think that's the important thing, especially when it comes to the sinners in general. Because, like, again, with Rhine-Daughter, it's not that she went out to destroy the world. It's that her research took a bad turn at one point, right? Like, she wasn't destructive by choice. Like, she didn't set out to do that. You can even make the same claim with Vetterfulnir, although I don't really even know what he's done that's problematic at this point. I'm sure we'll find out something eventually. Horoptatir, kind of the same thing. We don't know much about him either. Sertology is... Also, again, I don't know what he's done, if anything. He just likes to fight things. Oh. So yeah, I don't think they ever intended for the sinners to be evil for the sake of being evil, or just like pure comic villain evil, right? Like, I don't think that was the case. I think it's just, when I say morally gray, I do mean like they may have done bad things, but their intention was not to do the bad things for the sake of doing bad things, right? That was a very long kind of tangent. I'm sorry. By the way, Bonhoeffer's prison papers are available on the Internet Archive. I know that because I went and got them. That's where I read them. They're very good. Very good. Yeah. Sertology is just combat sexual. Yeah, and that's not a crime unless you fight the wrong person. Okay. Cyrus Gold, thank you for the super. If Primogems are abyssal and we summon copies of people, then we are pulling discarded fates from the abyss and stacking them into fate to unlock constellations. I mean, potentially. You could argue that characters are incomplete, right? And they're only complete once you have all 6 of their constellations. And maybe those 6 constellations were once discarded into the abyss, and you're just kind of retrieving them. That is a possibility. I don't think we'll ever get an answer for it, though, which is unfortunate. But, there's that. My teapot is almost empty. Now I'm sad. I missed my teapot. Anyway, there's that. Wasn't Sertology absolutely horrible to Skirk? Yeah, I mean, I think he did cut off her limbs, but he also got her to grow them back. So 6 of one, half dozen of the other. You know, half black, half white. That's gray, isn't it? What does my teapot look like? It's yellow. I am very much not British. Very much not British. Anyway. But did you die? Exactly. She didn't die. She's fine. Although, wait. Oh no, he wasn't he the one who lured the merchants to Skirk's home planet? So I guess, yeah, like technically, Sertology would have been responsible for like a lot of genocide. Right? Is that right? Hold on. It's been a hot minute. I must. Hey, listen, I might be from New England, but I'm not British, okay? I don't remember. Hold on. I thought Neo-British. Oh, that's awful. That's horrible. Don't ever say that to me again. I thought... Maybe not. I thought Sertology was responsible for bringing them over, but maybe it wasn't that. Oh, you think he killed the merchants? Maybe I'm confusing his destruction on other planets with Skark's planet. Either way, point stands. I think Sertology probably didn't do much on Teyvat, but has appeared to have done a lot outside of Teyvat. So we'll count that as he's probably the evilest of the bunch at this point then. Oh, it's in her character profile stories? Oh, okay. Let's check that one. Hold on. It has been a hot minute. Do-do-do-do-do. Okay, this is not her story. I keep forgetting that the wiki has added a new tab, which is called Storyline, and it's different from the profile. Okay. Oh, I'm looking. I don't know. I have to read through the whole thing carefully. I don't want to do that on stream. Are you calling me Palm? Oh, jeez. I sound like a 25-year-old accountant that got trapped in a virtual world as a clown. Are you telling me I'm Pomni? I am considerably older than Pomni. Although I did work at an accounting firm for a long time. I spent 4 years in an accounting firm. Will I give Zen the Zone 0 3.0 a chance? I'll look at it. We'll see. I'll wait until I see the 3.0 story, and we'll talk later. We'll talk. Anyway. I don't know where this is. See, like, part of me is tempted to be like, I'm just going to read the whole thing, but then it's just going to be dead silent. I'm not going to read it out loud. I don't wanna. Oh. Right. Man, I forgot all about this. This would have been useful for me. The people of your planet once relied on great adaptability to make contact with the abyss. Blah, 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 blah. So I wove together the dying echoes of countless souls and spent quite some time learning from them. Half a day or so. Okay, so he didn't do it. Doesn't seem like he lured them in. Huh. Okay. Anyway. Are there any Wuthering Waves lore creators? I don't think I've seen any. Yes! There aren't that many, but recently Clementine has pivoted to making Wuthering Waves videos. He used to make really good Genshin videos. He's taken a real liking to Wuthering Waves, so he started making Wuthering Waves videos. So if you want to check him out, you can. I'm just gonna write his name down. Clementine. This one. He's on YouTube. He doesn't have that many videos. He's not like cranking them out DeWitt speed, but yeah. 2 hours later, Ash forgot why she wanted to reschedule in the first place. Well, I mean, you guys started asking questions, and then I started answering questions, and here we are. Now we're just chatting about the lore on a wiki page because game no cooperate. I figure that once you watch a couple videos of Clementine's, some of his Wuwa videos, you'll probably get the YouTube algorithm to start suggesting some other ones to you. Hopefully. Or maybe Clem knows some. I don't know that many. I think I know like 2 that do lore. That's it. Does anyone crank out lore videos at DeWitt speed? I think the next fastest would be oh, why am I blanking? I can see his profile picture in my head. He's a Star Rail creator. Heck. Why am I blanking on his name? I know his name. Oh god. The name curse strikes me once again. I can only remember the name of dogs. This is so bad. No, not Cat with Blue Hat. Not him. He has a Shinyan profile picture. What the hell's his name? Nova! Yes, Nova! God, I kept wanting to call him Noxus. I'm like, that's not Noxus. Noxus is somebody else. Yeah, no, Nova cranks things out at almost a DeWitt speed. God, okay, that messed with me. Fat Fluffy Penguin is great too. He does lore and historical literary references for Wuwa. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, Nova Impact. Yep. I was definitely thinking of Nova. I watched one of his videos literally yesterday, and I'm like, I can't remember names for the life of me. Good lord. Horrible. Anyway, there's that. What was I talking about? I don't remember now. AKA the IPC #1 hater. Yeah, okay. Anyway. I was here looking for something on Serology actually being the one responsible for destroying her planet, but I don't think he was. He was just there. He just happened to be there. Do we know any female Genshin creators? Hello? Cyrus, thank you again for your super. Remember the idea that Bina helped beat Nibelung by taking the authorities from the moons that were being used as weapons, allowing HP to break them? I don't remember that idea. Wait, where was that idea supposed to be? I don't remember that idea at all. My gaslighting isn't gonna work on you. The heavenly principles created the planet and dragons aren't real. Let's go into Celestia already to defeat the gods' final form. Okay. That's fine. Noxus, thank you for the super. I'm sorry for not being a theory crafter. I know. I'm sorry too. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for that. Oh. It's funny because I kept saying in my head it was Noxus and then Renova, and I'm just like, no, neither of those are correct. Why can't I remember this? Roosevelt's great for theory crafting, yeah. She's been on a little bit of a hiatus. Hopefully she's got time to do some stuff soon. I know she saw the live stream and she was freaking out over it. So I'm hoping we can coax her back into making videos because it's been a hot minute. But I also know her lifestyle's been really busy. So we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, as far as I know, she's not like 100% back yet. You shared it in Discord that you said thanks. I'm going to use that. Oh, when was this? I will go looking for it later. Okay, I will write it down and I will go look for it later. I will go look for it later because I read so much shit every day. Good Lord. Some of it I don't remember where I read it, and then I have to spend hours going back to find it, and then sometimes I read it and I go, oh, that's really cool, and then I forget about it. That happens way more often than you think. Where's my pen? Oh, there it is. I'm gonna look it up. Columbina help. Defeat Nebel by taking authorities. Okay. Okay. I will look it up. I wrote it down. Yes, I write things down by hand. Don't judge me. I'm old school. Old school! The oldest of the schools! You want to join the Discord? There are 3 ways to join the Discord. Either you can become a YouTube member. You only need to do it once. You don't need to stay a YouTube member. Once you do that, you will be able to link your Discord account to your YouTube account, and that will automatically get you entry into the server. Option number 2 is to send me a message on Ko-fi, because that's the only other way to DM me if you want to DM me through a service. And then I'll just send you an invite. And then the third way is just to email me directly. Although that is the way that takes the longest because I am very unreliable when it comes to email. So pick your poison. It was in shared theories commenting on a video. Okay. I will look it up. I will look it up. Found theories. Okay. I will look it up. I was present for the 100 schools of thought. What? What 100 schools of thought? What are you talking about? I'm old as balls, so it's very possible. I was alive for everything. You ever seen a T-Rex, son? They look like chickens. Big feathered things. For real this time. I just entered the stream. What part of the lore are we discussing right now? I don't know. I don't remember. I got really distracted talking about the sinners. I got really distracted. I don't remember anything. Can any lore players explain why our Abyss sibling was in Nahita's story quest? They appeared 2 times. I'm not sure what you mean, actually. Any new theories regarding the Snowland Fae and Genshin Impact? Why do so many characters have elf ears? I don't know, but we do know that thanks to Linnea, there are actually 6 times of common Fae. I did not spell that right. Oh, I have an extra A. That's why. That's okay. Yeah, I don't have a plan. You guys think I come into these things with a plan? No, I just come in here to yap. And you guys come in here to listen to me yap for some reason. It's very strange. I don't judge you, though, so you shouldn't judge me. No judgies. No judgies. You know, there's like 6, what is it? 6 common times of Fae? Something like that. Yeah, here we go. But there are 7 nations on the continent of Teyvat and 6 common types of Fae on the tundra of Khaenri'ah. So my guess is that most of the people who have elf ears are a type of Fae. Maybe not a Snowland Fae, unless Snowland Fae are all of the Fae, and there are 6 types of Snowland Fae. We haven't gotten confirmation on that either, I guess. Do you think the rooster is a Fae? I think so. I don't remember who it was. It was forever ago. But I remember when Puccinella's design was first revealed, someone pointed out that he looked a lot like a little Russian fairy tale creature that's like a house elf kind of. If you guys have ever read Harry Potter, it's like the regular, like the house elves, like Dobby or whatever. I don't remember what they're called. I don't remember what they're called. I think if I try to look them up on Wikipedia, I'm gonna get myself into trouble. So maybe I shouldn't do that. I don't know. It's not a goblin. It has like a really specific name. I don't remember what it is. But basically, the idea was that he's the mayor, and so that basically makes him like the steward of the Tsaritsa's house, which was kind of like the logic used back then. Domovoid. That sounds right. Let's look it up to make sure. Yes. Yeah. I think this is what they were saying it was. It's been a hot minute. Yeah. They said this is what Puccinella reminds them of. A Demigorgon? No. Unfortunately, you've read all the HP books. Yeah. I read 5 of them. But I also read them as they came out. I was very young. So it's a very different landscape back then. But yeah, I think this was what the argument was. Is that it made sense for him to be one of these. Or to reference one of these. I think it still checks out. But that would make him one of the Fae. I mean, like, honestly, if there are 6 common types of Fae, that means there could be a lot of uncommon types of Fae, too, for all we know. So it's very possible that whenever you see someone with elf ears, there's someone descended from one of the Fae. That's possible, right? So, like, Alice could be a Snowland Fae. Nick or Rukkhadevata could have been a Snowland Fae. That's possible. Because we don't know where Rukkhadevata came from. Like, yeah, she's the avatar of Irminsul, but guess what? A lot of Steelies were protectors of trees, like different branches of Irminsul. So for all we know, you know, like, Rukkhadevata could have been a Fae who are descended from Steelies, or a Steely herself. It's hard to say, because, like, Steelies do have pointed ears, or at least Nicole does. So, I think that's possible. Why do you think they released strip marketing for Rerir? Probably because they had it. I don't think he's going to be playable, if that's what you're asking. Layla's story had nothing to do with Fae. I mean, it could be a long lineage. Don't forget, she has like a wisdom Seelie inside of her, in quotes, right? Like, there's an alternate part of her personality that gets called a Seelie. So it's very possible that she has Fae blood. That doesn't necessarily mean that she is 100% a Fae. Like, she's not, I don't think she's going to be like Linnea, who was swapped with a human child at birth. But it's possible that, you know, her great-grandma was a Fae. You know? When Nahida called herself the moon, what did she mean by that? I think she was just referring to the fact that Rukkhadevata was like the sun. And she's nothing more than a shadow left behind. Like, the sun gives off the light that the moon casts down. So Nahida sees herself as inferior to Rukkhadevata in that case. I think that's more what she meant, really. Layla's ancestry is Tulatula, which was tied to the goddess of flowers, who was an angel and descended from Celestia. Yeah, so, like, I guess if you want to look at it that way, also keep in mind that the Fae were made by Koitar, so a Seelie, right? And the Jinn were made by goddess of flowers, Nablunalikata, who was a Seelie. So you could argue that Jinn are a kind of Fae, and that Layla would have been descended from a Jinn. That's possible. Sorry to bring it up again, but when I played Nahida's story quest, our sibling was there looking at us. Later, we wanted to leave the dream world. Nahida saw a shooting star leaving before us. That wasn't our sibling, I don't think. I don't remember our sibling being there at all. Are you sure our sibling was there? I don't remember that. The star that Nahida saw... Are you talking about her first story quest? Because the second story quest is with a pep. Jinn are a lesser demon. Yeah, I know. But so are Fae. Fae are also demons. Wait, what do you mean? Yeah, I'm talking about the actual Jinn in Genshin, not the Jinni. You know, I'm talking about the actual, like, lineage here. Like Lilupar. What differentiates an angel and a demon in Teyvat? Whether or not they fell. That's what differentiates an angel and a demon in the Bible, too. Just so we're clear. Demons are just fallen angels. They've just lost their divinity, that's all. Okay, fairies and demons are very similar. From a folklore standpoint, they serve a very similar purpose. They're tricksters. They're not meant to be these beautiful little nature spirits. They are meant to be somewhat malicious and like trickster gods, almost. little natural trickster gods that manifest. Like, if you look into, you know, folklore from around the world, you look at what gets classified as a fae or a spirit or a jinni or a demon, depending on where you're looking, they all end up being more or less the same thing. A yokai and a jinn are the same type of entity, and both are demons. If you want to talk about them in a biblical sense, then sure, jinni and demons are not the same thing, and jinni and fae wouldn't be the same thing because there are no fae in a Bible, as far as I know. I don't remember seeing any. And you can say it as much as you like, but the reality is they are the same type of entity. Anyway, the point is your source material matters here. If you want to argue that in a biblical sense, then sure. But if you want to argue like on like a folklore, etymological, like anthropological side of things, then no, they're more or less the same thing. They're the same type of entity for the region that they come from. Like Nephilim are a little bit different. They're halves. I'm just trying to be logical. What? What do you mean I'm just trying? Okay. Think whatever you like. Think whatever you like. There are different... Of course there are different species. That's not the point. Look, if you look at the etymology for fae, right? The fae come from the weird. All right? The weird is basically the inexplicable phenomenons of the world. And when we look at history and mythology and religion, what we see are personifications of the weird or the supernatural or the paranormal. And these things get called by a lot of different names. Sometimes they're fairies, sometimes they're elves, sometimes they're gnomes, sometimes they're yokai, sometimes they're jinni. You know, sometimes they're devas or nagas or whatever you want to call them. They are all fundamentally the same thing. That's what I'm saying. Culturally, yes, they have some differences between them. That's also not the point. In Genshin, though, they are all literally the same kind of thing. They are elemental creatures. Elemental spirits. That's what they are. They are of a different hierarchy. They come from different parts of Teyvat, but they are all fundamentally the same types of entities. Still don't know how the yokai came about. I mean, like, it's the same as, like, in China, this would be the Xian, right? So, the Adepti in Liyue are called the Xian in Chinese. Xian just means immortal. This one, in Taoism. These are just immortals. And you can cultivate yourself in order to become one, or you can just be born one. And it's the same kind of thing, right? Like Shenhe is an example of a cultivated Xian, or at least she's working towards that, whereas, you know, like Zhongli or Xiao would have been born one. And we know that the Xian, or the Adepti, in Liyue, in Genshin, manifest directly from the elements, because it says that in Xian Yun's story.
So you gotta be careful when you're talking about the source material is all. Levi, you're not going outside. You didn't want to go out because it's raining. Stop asking. Just because one faction calls me a demon doesn't mean I'm a demon. It has to be accepted around the world as facts culture-wise. That's not how this works. Not at all. Anyway. I don't think you're going to be very conducive to any more conversation, so we'll leave it at that. If you want to believe they're different things, then believe they're different things. You can call me wrong. It's fine. I don't care. I've said my bit. And I will hang my hat on it. The whole world sharing one culture is new to me. It sounds like ignorance. Or stubbornness. One of the two. Well, regardless, we have explained a thing. So the thing is all gone. Lore trolling. That's a new one, yeah. How come Columbina doesn't have a demon name? Well, as far as we know, none of the moons have demon names. But that would make sense, though, wouldn't it? Because, like, the moons were made by Nibelung. And as far as we know, none of the dragons have demon names. All of the only entities that have demon names or demon god names are like archons and archon-like entities, right? Yeah. That would just mean that the demon name thing only came about because of the heavenly principles. And that would make sense because the heavenly principles is the one who created the Seelies, and the Seelies are angels. And if you follow that angels are fallen demons, then you end up with a bunch of angels with demon names. Oh, is Onion here? I didn't see them. There we go. Hi, Onion. It's been a long time. We should have another lore chat. At some point. The last one was fun, but it's been a hot minute. Ooh. If you're down for it, Onion, we should do a lore chat after the next patch comes out and the Temple of Space has been thoroughly explored. That seems fun. Yes, I have agreement. Onion has committed. Okay, I will DM you later. I will DM you with stuff later for this. It'll be really fun. It'll be really, really fun. Maybe I can use the same method to get Roosevelt out of hiding as well, because it's... I know she's been busy, but she could really use a lore pick-me-up. What about a Pep? A Pep is not a demon god name. That's the name of, like, an Egyptian deity. But when we talk about demon names, we're specifically talking about names from the Lesser Key of Solomon. Yes. Ooh, you want Roosevelt? Okay, I'll ask Rosie if she'll join at the same time. I'll see if I can pin her down. She's been rather elusive, although I have tried. Not knowing a pep from Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah. What's gonna happen on April 24th? I don't know. But a pep is good. Do any regular Adepti have demon names? As far as I know, no. Only Guizhong had a demon name, and Khaenri'ah, I think. I think Khaenri'ah had one. In theory. In theory she did. I can't remember now. Did Khaenri'ah have one? I can't remember. It might just be Guizhong. We know Guizhong had one. I don't know if she had one. Maybe she didn't. Oh no, she did. Okay, no, maybe not. This is just this was an assumed name. I thought it was confirmed, but it wasn't. Okay, it was the Floros one. That was the theory. Okay, that makes sense. Marcosius. Oh, right. Guoba had one. That's true. You're right. It was Guizhong and Guoba. We know those two had them. I think we just don't know the rest of them. Like, I think the rest are just unknowns. I wouldn't be surprised if Xinyun had one. Yeah. Tao Do did, I think. Zubai mentioned it. Yeah. Tao Do is Boon. Right. Do we have a full list of all the demon names that have been used in game so far? Has anyone compiled one of those? That seems very helpful. If Hoyo fits a flame chase in Genshin, where do you think it'll fit? I don't think we'll do a flame chase. I mean, we've already kind of did one in Natlan. King Deshret is Solomon? I mean, allegorically, yeah. But I don't think he would be, like, the Solomon of Teyvat. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like Solomon in this case would be the heavenly principles. But I do think that Deshret is like an allegory for it. You know, like there's a lot we can learn about the heavenly principles by looking at Deshret, but I don't think Deshret is that. Does that make sense? What's a flame chase? In Honkai Impact 3rd, there was a group of individuals called the Flame Chasers, who were basically trying to prevent the whole world from being destroyed. And it's one of the most beloved story arcs in Honkai Impact 3rd. And they kind of brought it back to Star Rail over the last year on the last planet they did, which was Amphorius. They kind of did like a remix of it, but in ancient Greece. But also in a computer simulation again. The other one was also in a computer simulation. So the question is, are they going to remix it a third time for Genshin? And I don't think so. I think our equivalent of the Flame Chase was already done in Natlan. Yeah. Deshi's remaining retainers need more lore. Yeah, I mean, like, he had a lunar envoy among his retainers. I mean, that's pretty big, right? Because, like, if you think about it, Zubai is in Liyue. That makes her, like, not related to Morax, but, like, I know she didn't work for him. But the fact that she's an Adeptus in Liyue with Morax, when Morax and Deshret have a lot in common, and then Deshret also has a lunar envoy among his envoys, is an interesting parallel to me.
especially when looking at the Heavenly Principles. Mawika is Kevin, what? No. I don't think Genshin will do a flame chase that's that explicit, but I think our references for the flame chase were in Natlan. Do you have any idea as to why the little bit we see of Celestia in the Genshin manga looks like a panopticon? Why the imprisonment theme? I don't think it's a panopticon. One of my very earliest theories on this channel is that it's actually a columbarium, which is a graveyard of sorts. It's where you put the ashes of the deceased in these little windows. And it's named columbarium because a columbarium is where doves go, right? That's where doves go to roost. Columba, dove. Hence Columbina, also dove. In Abrahamic mythology, the human soul is represented by a dove or a pigeon, which is a dove. Doves and pigeons are the same thing. So to me, it's like it's a repository of souls almost. That's how I think of it. Is it also still panopticon shaped? Yeah, a bit. But like, if you're watching over the dead, I guess it makes sense. You know what else looks like a panopticon? The Fortress of Meripede. Yeah, and we do know that Egeria was trapped underneath it. Or sealed underneath it at one point. So there's that. Celestia is a grave that provides a new context. It could be a grave. That is a theory, just to be clear. Like Flynn's a grave watcher. I mean, there is a lighthouse there. It's not really a panopticon, but it is something that helps see. Well, that's more about seeing towards the lighthouse than it is about seeing out of the lighthouse, but I digress. Have you noticed that Celestia is closer to Teyvat than normal? I don't know that I buy that. The Celestia has been getting closer to Teyvat theory has been going on since the very start of the game and has been disproven multiple times, and the only time where it was actually accurate was when they updated Celestia from being a static PNG to being an actual 3D model. And then they actually physically moved it to a whole nother location too. So... do you ever plan on making a video on Vera's Melancholy? No, and if I do, assume I died. I hate that book. It's not a bad book. It's just, it's one of those books that's just like, I don't want to read this. It's, yeah. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I do have one friend who's like obsessed with Vera's Melancholy. But you know, I also don't like time travel, and that book has lots of time travel, and I don't like it. Which is probably one of the reasons why I don't enjoy reading through it. So I probably won't ever do a video on it unless like they release more stuff on it and it somehow becomes more relevant. Like there's more ways to sort of piece together what the story being told is. But like either way, I don't know. The series feels kind of complete to me. I don't want to revisit it. Please don't make me read it again. Please don't. Is it Ruzy? No, it's not. No. What if Celestia is a columbarium, is a storage of remains, is a data center? It's the recycling bin in the sky. Where do good floppy disks go to die, Daddy? Well, son, they go to the big storage data center in the sky, where no one will ever read them again. HP is Zuckerberg. Ugh, then I really will become very anti-HP. And if Heavenly Principles is an AI, then it makes sense that Celestia is a data center of sorts. Yeah. It's very possible. It's very possible. You didn't know I was a father? I've got 2 kids right there. Levi's right there. What do you mean? Those are my children. Is Deshret also a heaven star? I don't think we know what a heaven star is, so I don't know that we could say that for sure. I'm of the opinion that heaven star just means like a solar envoy as opposed to like a lunar envoy. So if you had Zabai, lunar envoy, Morax, solar envoy, makes sense to me. In which case I would say that seems reasonable that Deshret would also be a solar envoy. But I feel like without confirmation on what Heaven Star actually means, there's no way to say that for sure. Did he fall from the sky? Yes. Is he portrayed in the shape of a star? Also yes. Is he said to be the son of the sky? Also yes. So could you call that a star that came from heaven? Yes, technically. But is it the same thing? I don't know. It could be the difference between an outlander and a descender. Similar, but different. All descenders are outlanders, but not all outlanders are descenders. The first time you watched the live stream a few months ago, I genuinely thought you were talking about actual kids. No, they're 2 big fluffs. 2 big piles of fluff. My doggos. What are the odds that the sibling is the Heavenly Principles? Don't they have memory loss? Could that be why the Heavenly Principles are asleep and gender neutral? Yeah, it's possible. It's definitely possible. Like, how do I even articulate? I think it's a little difficult to say that the Abyss Twin is the one that's the Heavenly Principles. I actually wonder if it's not the other way around. And the Traveler would have been the Heavenly Principles. But either way, like, there's too many inconsistencies for me to say, like, they're currently the Heavenly Principles. But it is possible that at one point, one or both of them bore that title. It's just really hard to rationalize. Because, like, if, for example, the Abyss Twin is the Heavenly Principles, let's say, as a thought experiment, right? It would be very strange that they would then need to create a whole nother world in order to challenge themselves, right? Because that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to challenge the Heavenly Principles with Khaenri'ah as a world behind them. So that's why it's, a little questionable. And then you could say a similar thing for the Traveler. Like, how to put this? Like, if the Traveler was the Heavenly Principles, then Asmoday would be very strange at the beginning of the game, being like, no, you guys can't leave. Like, wouldn't she recognize them as her boss? It's those sorts of inconsistencies that make it unlikely, I think. Not impossible, but unlikely. Title shocked you for a second because I thought it said chill with Aster. Aw, I miss Aster. I hope she's doing good. She always made fun videos. Are we sure all Descenders are Outlanders? So far, yes. Well, as far as we know, yes. Tentatively, yes. Maybe not, but we'll see. Because it is possible we've made some assumptions about which descender is who, and that ends up not being true. That's possible. It's also possible that, you know, the twins are actually native to Teyvat. That's possible. Because, like, here's the thing. As much as I hate time travel, here's a distinct possibility, okay? Here's a distinct possibility. If Columbina's story is referencing Interstellar, right, where she is basically the source of her own creation, like her death is her own creation kind of thing, like she created herself, and she also, like, is the one who helps herself throughout the entire quest line. Like, if you look at that kind of parallel and you flip it so that Columbina is actually the traveler and Luonotar is like a Paimon, then you can see where something else could have happened, right? You could see where Nod Cry would be a sort of microcosm of what could have happened in a macrocosm of Teyvat. So it's possible that the twins came to Teyvat in the future. I hate time travel because it confuses me when I try to explain it, because, like, there's so many timeline points. But, like, okay. So if Columbina from the future births herself in the past, right? You end up with a closed time-like curve, also known as a bootstrap paradox. If you bend someone's light cone enough, like around the boundary of a black hole, for example, then you could, in theory, turn your timeline back on itself. Oh, that's true. You know what's really funny is I just drew that whole diagram on the pad of paper that's sitting in front of me, completely forgetting that you guys can't see a goddamn thing. Okay, hold on. Jesus Christ. Okay, hold on. All right, here. Okay, I have to do this. I hate doing this with the mouse. Call B. Nah. Okay, so Columbina was born in the past. Okay, this is where she was born. And then she travels to the future normally because time moves forward, right? And then here she is, right? And then she goes into that space that exists outside of time and then gives birth to herself in the past. So this is what we call a closed time-like curve or a closed causal loop, okay? Also known as a bootstrap paradox. The thing I hate. Le paradox of the key, okay? Now here's the thing. I don't know how many of you are familiar with, like, the work of Gödel. But he kind of tried to prove that cause and effect wasn't real and that, technically speaking, time always has to loop back on itself, right? So he would argue that, like, technically, if your position is here, right? This is you. Then basically, if you create a graph, a 45-degree angle equals the speed of light, right? And time travel is only possible through space while accelerating at certain speeds, right? Which means that your possible trajectories, this is not going to be a perfect 45-degree, I'm sorry. Your possible trajectories through space-time form basically this V-shaped time cone. Light cone. This is called a light cone, right? And within this light cone are all sorts of, like, different possibilities and different trajectories that you could take, right? These are all your different trajectories. But if you were to, say, come into contact with something that had extreme gravity, like a black hole, this is my black hole. Oh, that sounds awful. What effectively happens is that your light cone will start to expand and get drawn into the black hole. So, like, technically speaking, you could potentially end up curving back around yourself, which can create a closed causal loop or a closed time-like curve, right? So what ends up happening is now you have an equal amount of possibilities behind you as you do in front. Right? So here's the backwards time. So my question is, does the firmament act like some kind of black hole in the sense that, like, the space outside of it exists outside of time, so that, theoretically speaking, the travelers could arrive in Teyvat, like, here. This is just an example, right? But where they end up in the timeline within Teyvat is, like, over here. But then they move forward in time through Teyvat and they reach this point where they enter, right? And so now you created another closed causal loop, right? Right? You could do something like that. That is theoretically possible. And if they were willing to go through interstellar-ish type stuff with Columbina in Nodcry, I think it is possible, much to my chagrin, that they could do that with the travelers on a planetary scale. That's possible. But it also means that time constantly loops through itself. Essentially. Like, time is supposed to apparently loop back on itself, kind of like an hourglass. So every one of these would end up forming like little loops or whatever. I won't say I'm gonna explain it perfectly, or even that I understand it perfectly, because honest to God, I hate time travel in general. and there's very curated experiences wherein I will enjoy a time travel story, but generally speaking, I don't like them that much, unless I don't take themselves too seriously. In which case, if it's just like for a funsy, for a gag or whatever, it's like, yeah, okay, whatever, I don't care. But in this scenario, this is like the one scenario where I could see it being possible that the twins are the heavenly principles or are related to the heavenly principles. You see what I mean? Wait, doesn't that sound like exactly like the dark domain from the three body problem, like how they are created, just with actual consequences of grotesque geometry in space? I don't remember, honestly. Maybe. I don't know. How do I feel about Chrono Trigger? I don't hate Chrono Trigger, like the timeline portion of it. Chrono Trigger as a game is one that never hooked me, but the issue wasn't the time travel. So like that's kind of an outlier. I tend to enjoy time travel if it's like the main focus of the story, or if it has extreme restrictions around it, right? Like, you have to set it up properly. Like, for example, if you have a video game and you want to integrate time travel into it, and you do it like as a gameplay mechanic, that's fun to me if the mechanic is consistent, right? Because I understand it from that perspective. Like, I'm going to just use a really old game. One of the Zelda games, what is it? Is it Oracle of the Ages? That one. Basically, wherever you could find a little time portal, you could play a song on the time portal and travel between 2 points in time. And that was it. And you would end up in the same space at a different time, right? And you would get different songs that could do slightly different spatial, or allow you to play in different places or whatever, but that's beside the point. The point was that was an integrated gameplay mechanic, so I didn't hate it, right? Like, if it's a gameplay mechanic, it tends to be fine for me. Where I have most issues with it is like as a narrative construct, because most people just do it really badly. Time travel's really easy to fuck up from a writing perspective. And oftentimes a good story, or the story that the author is trying to tell, doesn't need the time travel. And so I'm sitting there going, why do you have it then? I don't understand. But anyway, pet peeve. Don't mind me. Like I said, if the story itself, though, is focused on time travel, like that is the main focus of it, I don't care. That's fine. I hate when stories kind of use time travel is a get out of free card or like some sort of super secret plot twist or whatever. It's like, no, don't do that. That's terrible. Don't do that. That's my feeling on time travel. Anyway. Adeline, thank you for the super. Wait, okay, but if she died thousands of years ago, how was she born 500 years ago? Yeah, isn't that a good question? See, this is what pisses me off about the time travel thing, because it actually makes more sense with Columbina's story makes more sense without the time travel than with it. That's what irritates me, because back here, this point here, this is when the Moon Sisters died, okay? Now, this is also the point at which Columbina is given the Trilunar Authority by the Moon Sisters, and then, turns her body into Kuvaki and spreads it all over Nod Cry, and then hides the authority on the Frost Moon, which is now being thrown outside of the firmament, right? So, like, to me, it makes more sense to be like the Moon Sisters like merged their powers together, and the result was Columbina, and then Columbina did all those things, and so she dissipated at that moment, and then finally 500 years ago enough Kuvaki coalesced around some primordial seawater in Nod Cry to give her a small vessel, but the vessel is incomplete because her body's friggin' everywhere. It's all over Nod Cry, and then she goes forward in time until this moment where she's like, oh, I remember what happened to me now. And then she just remembers this incident instead of having to like literally make it happen. Like, it makes more sense if it's linear than it does if it's a loop. It's bizarre. The only thing that wouldn't really make sense is like, well, who was helping us? Well, you could just say it's like Luonotar, right? Because Luonotar could just be the manifestation of some of Columbina's memories. Columbina's memories could tell them everything they needed to know. This is what bothers me right here. This is the kind of thing that bothers me. This is why it bothers me. Because this whole time loop was not necessary by any stretch. Time loop theory also means that there is no free will. Yeah, there's also that, which also goes against the whole theming of the game, right? Breaking free of the shackles of fate. That also irritates me. So that's one of the reasons why I have this issue with time travel. To me, it's like, if the story didn't need it, why did you put it in? If it's a gameplay mechanic, I get it. If you want to tell a story about time travel and the repercussions of it and the science behind it or the logic or whatever the hell, then do that. That's fine. But if the story doesn't need it, don't put it in there. It drives me crazy. Unless it's a story that doesn't take itself seriously. Like, if it's a story that's just, like, bonkers, and it's just meant to be fun for the sake of being fun, and it's not, like, trying to be all secret and cool and mysterious, then sure, whatever. Throw time travel in there. I don't care. It's all fun and games. Anyway, that's my point. If Bina's existence is bootstrap paradox, could she be considered non-existent and thus another new variable in the world formula? See, this is why I don't like the time travel. Because now you have to ask all these other questions. There are consequences for making these decisions. Narratively, this drives me crazy. But yes, technically, yes, it would. She's Schrodinger's moon at this point. Does she exist? Does she not? Hard to say. She kind of exists, but also kind of doesn't. Because she technically births herself twice, which is another weird thing. Because, like, she then goes back in time to here. But then, this time continues to move forward to where the moon descends back down into Teyvat, and then she gets her body back again. So, like, there's a loop with an off-ramp, but the loop can never stop looping. And so, like, who the frig is this Columbina? Right? Like, this is why it drives me crazy. Because, like, it makes sense otherwise. It makes sense in a linear way. It does not make sense with the... Okay, anyway, this drives me crazy. I don't like it. You think the twins are also Schrodinger's twins? It's possible. What is Rebirth of the Self is an Evangelion reference again. Yeah, she's also supposed to be a mother goddess who birthed herself reference. Similar to Istaroth. Istaroth is similar. She's said to also have birthed herself, which is weird because she's also supposed to be created by the heavenly principles. Don't know how that works. But yeah, I also have many questions about like how she escaped the prison. Because like it doesn't make sense that she could do it, but the other Moon Sisters couldn't. Like, why didn't they just revert their body to Guvaki? Why didn't they just kill themselves? That's what Columbina did. That's a crazy sentence to say out loud. I'm sorry. Anyway, it's just god shit. And this is why we eat gods, okay? This is why you have to eat gods. You must absorb them so they cannot do things like this anymore. They are out of control. I'm out of tea. I'm sad. There's no more tea. Kitty, thank you for the super. Is there a playable character you really want more lore or story on? And if so, who? Or is Destret infinitely more interesting than any playable? Playable characters. I think there's more unplayable characters than playable characters that I would want lore on. But yeah, I think I'm gonna have to give a boring answer and say Khaenri'ah for sure. I feel like he has so much untapped potential. Being linked to the Abyss Order, being full of so much Khaenri'ah symbolism and everything, like, just scrolling through the list, I'm kind of like, yeah, I still think Khaenri'ah is gonna be my pick here. Yeah, yep. Everyone else I feel like we either have enough information on or probably doesn't have quite enough backstory to... Yeah, I stand by that. Yeah, stand by that. I mean, beyond Zhongli. I mean, I feel like Zhongli and Venti are like the two that you just have to perpetually keep in the pair wiggler. I'm just going to take them off the table as options because they're both infuriating. And also because I think eventually we will get information about them. I don't think we'll ever get more information about Khaenri'ah at this point. I really don't. I think that might just be the end of the line. I think that one interaction with the Abyss Order and Kariber and Kotar and everything, and Dainslift, that just might be the end of it. I don't think we'll get much more out of it. The Pair Wiggler? Have you never seen the Pair Wiggler? Oh my goodness. The Pair Wiggler is where the naughty boys go. And girls. It's where all the naughties go. Because we're trying to shake the answers out of them. Will you load, please? My God. My internet is a disaster today. Okay, so this is just a little simulation of pairs wiggling in a box. And it shows you how the pairs get damaged. I like to put them in a centrifuge, but the colloquialism is put them in the pair wiggler. Shake the answers out of them. How did we get here? This is not the strangest place I've ever gone, okay? This is not the weirdest sidebar I've made by a long shot. I've been pretty normal today, all things considered. Oh, you meant pairs and P-A-I-R. That'd be kind of funny. That's a very different kind of wiggling, isn't it? Wiggling as a pair. Yeah, no, we're not going there. See, there we went weird. That's where we went weird. Yep. That's where we get weird. The pairs are the Archon? I'm putting both the pairs and the Archons in the centrifuge, and they're gonna go like that until they all separate. All of their answers and their sussiness are just gonna separate out into little strands that I can pick up and go, yes, exactly. I know exactly what this thread is. That's what's gonna happen. Talked about Mpreg last stream. That's true. That's true. See, definitely not the weirdest place we've gone. But yeah. Need Arlecchino answers. Surprised that I don't see more people asking questions about her anymore, but I will keep on hoping that we at least get some in Stuzhia. Hopefully developers don't push her story aside. I do have thoughts on Arlecchino. I have a couple of thoughts on Arlecchino. Mostly because, like, I was thinking about the Abyss again as discarded material, as one does when they write a 40-minute video essay about it. But I was thinking about Arlecchino in this context again, and thinking about how, like, Khaenri'ah was like an entire kingdom of the discarded. Or you could even just say that Khaenri'ah was a kingdom that got discarded that may have never supposed to have been discarded. You know what I mean? Maybe it wasn't supposed to be, and the whole thing did get discarded. And they managed to survive in the Abyss, but because they were discarded, or marked for deletion, I guess, if you want to use computer terms, then when the Cataclysm hit and a lot of them fled to Teyvat, they started turning into hilichurls because they were no longer recognized by the current world, right? They were rejected by the world, so they transformed into hilichurls. And I was thinking about that in the context of Arlecchino, and if we look at her from that perspective, then her curse could be a sign of her rejection, of the world rejecting her too, right? Like, it might not just be a bloodline thing. It might also just be that, like, as someone from the Crimson Moon dynasty, the world is rejecting her. But it could be that there's something in her blood that's preventing her from disappearing or degrading too quickly. And that may be like a blessing of the Crimson Moon, right? Because the moons themselves were also rejected from Teyvat, but they also have a very powerful presence in Teyvat. And Arlecchino does look quite a lot like the Watchers from the Temple of Space. You know, the one-winged angels. She's very reminiscent of them. And she even uses a spear just like them, which makes me wonder exactly what her lineage is. Like, for realsies, you know? So corrupted data equals body mutation? I mean, probably. I think people forget this a lot. In Nahida's first story quest, when we were going back into the Akasha, when the data inside of the Akasha started getting corrupted, all of the people in there immediately transformed into abyss monsters, right? Like, a lot of them turned into rift wolves and things. And that was because the data got corrupted. It was getting rejected by the system, being marked for deletion, you know? So I think we're more likely to get more information about Arlecchino than we are about Khaenri'ah. So he's still my first pick. Yeah. I think that's that. Never stop cooking. Your theory videos are single-handedly powering my graduate degree. Okay, I have many questions. How am I powering a graduate degree? I need to know. I must understand. The boss in Asmoday's space also has the same eye that Arlecchino and Renova do, as both Asmoday and Renova might have something to do with the Crimson Moon dynasty. It's possible. I mean, I think the Shades had the authorities of the moons distributed amongst them. Not the Tri-Lunar Authority, but like the sub-authorities, right? Like time, space, life, death, reason. Those ones. The ones that Dottore got access to. Those were definitely distributed amongst, or reassigned, I should say, to the Shades. So it would make sense to me if the Crimson Moon had a relationship there. You know. You'd like to know if a population of the Crimson Moon bloodline can be found in Nodcry? That would be interesting. Hard to say, though. Period girl. I write all my undergraduate theses with your videos as background signs on. Background sound. I got stuck on period girl and then I fumbled through the rest of that. I'm just like, am I the girl that brings periods? Oh dear, that really does bring about a new meaning to the Crimson Moon. I understand Arlecchino more now. Keep the analytical brain neurons going and doing thesis. Okay, well, fair enough. If I can instill you with some motivation to do your homework, I'm glad for that. That's fine. There's definitely people I listen to yap so that I can power through cleaning, because I friggin' hate cleaning. I hate to say this, but also, you were the one who chose to go to grad school. I don't understand why anyone would want to go to grad school. I don't. I know it's a good thing, but I've got a friend who's now going back to grad school for a second time, and I think he's nuts. I think he's absolutely nuts. I liked school, honestly. I liked school a lot, but I would never go back. Absolutely never go back to school. We'll never understand the desire. But I'm proud of anyone who manages to do it, because it's friggin' hard to go through grad school. But that's a lot of work, a lot of effort, a lot of time on top of that. Very impressive. Do I think Zhongli's 3 deadly selves is a reference to the 3-body problem? Also, I think it's funny the new map has basically confirmed Zhongli was a member of Asmoday's court. I mean, it makes sense. He's holding a cube, right? He's holding a cube and a statue of 7. It is. It's true. He's got a little cube from his buddy. What was the question? I got distracted. It's a reference to the 3-body problem. What the hell is it called in heck? What is it called? It is not a reference to the 3-body problem. I don't think. I can't say that with certainty. Okay, here it is. So the 3 deadly selves are part of the trifactor excision, or the shattering at Magraha, or the renunciation of the ego, which is basically like a way of mastering oneself by severing it in multiple ways. So like splitting it into parts. So this quest, this is from the Narcissenkreuz World Quest. I believe this is where he talks a little bit more about this is just before this is just before we go on the quest to go to the different orphans, which are supposed to be like different parts of the self. So memory, wish, soul, and persona, I think. Memory, wish, soul, and persona, I think. When that was 4. But I'm pretty sure it's just this. But I will say this as a caveat. I don't know enough about the 3-body problem to comment on whether or not it's actually referencing that. I think this is more about I really think this is more about it's not that one, just this one. I know this is a reference to something. I don't think it's this one though. I'll ask Mish later. She'll know. She'll know. I don't remember. I don't think it's this one. It's basically just a severing of the self. As far as I know, Deshret also did this when he did the Golden Slumber and he severed mind from body. It was the same sort of practice. It should be something more along those lines. So I think it's more Jungian than it is physics, but I could be wrong. I don't know enough about the I don't know enough about the three body problem. Because every time I try to learn about it, my eyes just glaze right over and I'm having a very difficult time focusing on it. Self-grasping. Yeah, that would make sense. Because the severing of the self is supposed to be a matter of understanding the self, because it's supposed to be a means by which you ascend your physical state. So that would make sense to me. But yeah, there is that. I think your Nibelung theory is real because Petite Planet is doing exactly that. A dragon who is also a galaxy. Also, Hoyo only has one idea. Okay, listen. They put that trailer out like the day before I released the video. And I didn't know about it until after I released the video. And I'm so mad about it. I'm so mad. Like, gee, thank you for giving me the perfect visual and example of one idea after I make the thing. Oh, it's so frustrating. Chat, please don't talk about self-grasping. I think they can talk about grasping whatever they want. I grasp straws all day long. What's it called? It's called YouTube. I was gonna go look at the Petite Planet thing. See if it'll friggin' load. I don't think it will. Yeah, it's probably okay. Maybe we abandon this endeavor. This is probably gonna be this one. Yeah. I don't have my headphones on. I don't know what this is gonna actually say. I'll turn captions on though. I don't know if the frame rate's gonna go nutty here. But Petite Planet is an upcoming game for Hoyo. It's like an Animal Crossing style game. But yeah, basically they had this sequence which has this space beast dragony sort of thing, creating worlds and literally becoming the galaxy. So behold an Animal Crossing depiction of Nibelung, or the Nibelung phenomenon as I will call it. So there's that. Did I watch the Artemis 2 launch? I did not. I watched it in post. I didn't watch it live. Anyway, this is a thing now. That's a thing. We could skip ahead a bit. I can skip ahead a bit. Why are my subtitles in Russian? What's going on? Okay. Are they only in... Do they only have subtitles in Russian? What? Okay, that's fine. Anyway. There he is. See, now he's the whole galaxy. Look at him. Look at him. He's the keeper of all the planets, the guardian of the stars. So yeah, that happened. That happened. All right. Well, Nibelung Space Otter. Well, I mean, okay, so here's the thing. When it comes to the whole Nibelung world building space galaxy thing, I originally wrote a theory for Star Rail, which was about dusk leviathans. In Star Rail, Dusk Leviathans are these giant cosmic space monsters that literally devour planets and solar systems and nebula and stars and all that kind of stuff, right? They just eat everything. And they're like greatly feared, and the Eons were created, well, not created, but they ascended in order to prevent their creep on the universe, right? And I started looking into the Dusk Leviathans because I'm like, this kind of sounds like the Abyss when you really like break it down. And it made me realize as I was working through it that it's very possible that these Dusk Leviathans are eating everything in the universe. And then based on other evidence, they could go into hibernation and then literally do what this thing did and become a Dawn Leviathan, going off and then giving birth to new planets and new galaxies and new solar systems from all the stuff that they ate, basically. And part of the reason why I got there was because Leviathans in this case, I think in Chinese they're like called ancient beasts or something along those lines. And the way that the Dusk Leviathans are described and how they operate and everything really started to sound like they were basically space dragons, right? Big cosmic horror entity monster thingies. And we know that from Dusk Leviathan remains come entire worlds. Like, entire worlds are born. Like, they will sometimes land on land masses, or they become land masses, and then their spirits get fragmented and they become these smaller little entities, and then their bodies decompose and become other entities. So we know that stuff gets created from the remains of Dusk Leviathans when they die. So, like, that was kind of like the crux of what the original theory was based off of. And then when you started to look into Genshin, you started to realize, oh, look, there's a repeating theme here. The thing about Leviathans as a term is that a Leviathan is also a whale, or a type of whale. And if you look at this guy, like, yes, he's an otter, but he also has a whale tail. And he's not like a traditional looking dragon. He looks like a bit of an ancient cosmic beastie, right? So to me, I'm looking at this going, this looks like another type of a Dusk Leviathan. Or a Dawn Leviathan. Circle of life stuff. So, would that correlate to a black hole at the center of the galaxy? I mean, technically, I don't see why not. I think there's a lot to be argued for with the relationship between dragons and black holes and white holes, right? Because it's the same behavior. It's like absorb everything and then throw it out, right? Universe's recycling bin. But yeah, that's kind of where I landed with that. And this is kind of like my theory of Hoyo versus One Idea. And in fact, I even think that in Honkai Impact 3rd, it's very possible that the Cocoon of Finality is literally a dragon in hibernation waiting to be reborn. I think it's very possible. Although my crack theory is that Kiana's little white snake rice cake is actually Nibelung. That's my crack theory. It has zero evidence to back it up. It's 100% crack. Do not take it seriously, but it's fun. It's a fun idea. It's my favorite crack theory right now. Then what about Nouvelette's constellation being a Leviathan? He was the heart of the primordial sea. All life came from him. What more do you want? All life was born of the primordial sea, including Columbina. A lot of people forget this, but in the place where Columbina was born is a small basin full of primordial seawater. She was literally born of that basin of primordial seawater. So technically speaking, she's Nouvelette's daughter.
Dun dun dun!
Farina's got a sister. I'm just kidding. Actually, Farina doesn't have any real relation to Nuvolette. I just see their relationship as very parental. But that's just me. A lot of other people ship them, so that's fine too. What's my crackiest HSR theory? Crackiest HSR theory? I don't have a lot of crack theories for HSR, but I would say that right now, my current theory that that's like a bit out there that I would like to be true is that the abundance was born from Long. So I think Yaosha is... I think Yaosha's path of abundance was split from Long's path of permanence the same way Tazeronth's path of propagation was. That's my crack theory. Columbina being adopted siblings with all the Melazines makes so much sense in my head. HSR lore is already cracked. Yeah, there's also that. Hard to be a little bit more outlandish. I mean, it is pretty crazy, especially right now. I mean, Ashvale's a little bit busted. Not meta-wise, I mean, like, in the lore, he's a little busted. But his name makes me giggle, because his name is La Mancha. Like, he's the... His real name is La Mancha, or at least, like, his other name was La Mancha. And because he's so tied to the Veracity, and the Veracity just eats things because it's a Dusk Leviathan, I just keep going, it's La Mancha. He munchy munchies. And therefore I will call him from now on Mr. Nom Noms. That is why I call him Mr. Nom Noms. The Long Yaosha theory is plausible, though. It is plausible. But I don't really have, like, a crack theory for HSR right now. Are we sure Long is dead? I mean, yeah. Am I drinking water? No, I'm drinking tea. I'm drinking tea. Played calling him Mr. La Mancha was kind of funny. Yeah, it was. It's like, hello, Yingxing. Hello, La Mancha. That's pretty funny. Like, I know that's not what his name means, okay? Like, and I also know that it's also a kind of goat, isn't it? La Mancha. Is that it? I think it's also a kind of goat. I'm pretty sure. No, maybe it wasn't this. I was looking at something else. That's okay. That would have been really funny. What if Escoffier is the human and reincarnation of Foslore's wish from her divinity and powers? I wouldn't even know where to start with that one. Partly because I actually haven't done her story quest yet, so I actually don't know. Nihilux is Aha. I think Cat with Blue Hat suggested that Nihilux is the Phantasm Moon, which I thought was interesting. La Mancha is it is a dairy goat. Oh, with the la in it. Okay, so it is a goat. I'm not crazy. All one word, it is a goat. Okay, the American La Mancha. Okay. All right. I'm not crazy. I did get that right. I know my livestock, damn it. Anyway. Didn't Don Quixote write a goat? Did he? I can't remember. Do you know how long it's been since I've read Don Quixote? It's been 2 decades, okay? 2 decades. Long friggin' time. He got into a fight with a goat herd. Don Quixote de la Mancha. Oh, that's right. That is his whole name, isn't it? That's really funny. No, it doesn't look like he rode a goat. Maybe he did. Looks like it's more a donkey. Well, a horse and a donkey. Anyway, good stuff. Would be really funny, though. That would have been really funny. The title says La Mancha? Yeah. Don Quixote de la Mancha. Yeah. Don Quixote de la Mancha. It's right there in the title. Oh, it's also right here in the title. There you go. It's funny. Okay. Anyway. Goats do like to munch, though. Yeah, they do. Munchy, munchy. Watch the musical. Is there a musical? I'll check it out. I like musicals. Nihilux is also the one who wrote our quest descriptions this patch. Oh, interesting. I mean, that would make sense. I don't think she's Aha, though. I feel like Aha being any one individual would kind of ruin them as a concept to me. I don't know if I would enjoy that very much. So I think that's kind of why, like, having Nihilux be like more the Phantasmoon than Aha themselves would make me happier. Doesn't mean it's more likely. It would just make me happier. Apparently it was a sickly horse and not a donkey. I don't know. The Don Quixote is in his name. Get it? Donkey? Donkey Hote? Aha's a band of idiots in a coat. Yeah. But Asat Pramod, what about him? How many allies does Nibelung have? Some of the dragon sovereigns in the previous moons, and he was friends with the Voyager. Is there anyone in current Teyvat who actually has his back? I mean, Apep and Nouvelette would probably back him up. So that's 2. I mean, Ajdaha is like way too eroded to really be able to be questioned. And Dvalin is a newborn, because Dvalin died and then was reborn. Or at least, Dvalin is reborn likely from whatever the previous animal sovereign is. So they're kind of, you know, out of commission. So it's really just Apep and Nouvelette right now. Although, I would argue that it's likely that most of Khaenri'ah would back him. But that's kind of my whole thing. That's a theory. It's not based on much. That's not how Spanish works. You don't get to tell me how Spanish works. I will live in ignorance. I want my funny words. And I will get them from any language I please, especially English, the most bastardized of all languages. Hold on. There was a bit of theory that Asat Pramod is both the executioner of Aha and Aha himself. I mean, yeah, there's a theory about it. I saw Emma May's theory about that, yeah. I just think that, like, okay, if I'm thinking as an author, as a writer, and I had the chaos entity of the universe that I had to write, and the riddle was, who am I? Right? Like, can you figure out who I am? Then, like, to me, the satisfying answer is I am no one or I am everyone, because every other answer would be unsatisfying. You know what I mean? I think... See, Nihilux, to me, isn't chaotic enough for an Aha. Sparkle is probably, in my opinion, the best candidate if you're going to make Aha any one person. Also because she's very, very, very fond of the Trailblaze as well. Just like Nihilux is. But she embodies the spirit of Aha more than Nihilux does, in my opinion. But even then, like, to find out that Sparkle was Aha all along would just feel hollow to me. I don't know. I don't like the idea of any one person being Aha. I feel like that's really weird. As a writer, I don't think I'd ever do that. It feels awkward. Nouvelette is reborn too, isn't he? Yeah, he is. It's just that Nouvelette is he retains more of his knowledge of the past times. And also, Nouvelette has expressed a desire to judge those who wronged Dragonkind, right? He is judgment incarnate. And so for that reason, he's a little different from Dvalin, because Dvalin has expressed no desire to do any such thing. Your Aha Villy heart wants it to be someone specific, though. I mean, that would mean that you would have to have one person who's, like, paired with the Trailblazer. I don't really see that happening, because the Trailblazer is obviously being positioned as Akavili. So, like, to me, it's weird. To me, Aha may have been a person at one point, or taken on a human shape at one point. Like, we know that's happened. But for them to be any one playable character feels really friggin' weird. Like, that, because, like, all of the characters we've met so far are playable, right? That means that one of our playable characters is going to be a playable Eon? That feels really unbalanced. Like, you want to compare it to, like, Cyrene, who is just an emanator of an Eon, and she's playable. And to think about what she's capable of. Like, it's very... There's a lot of dissonance there. I don't really like the idea of playable Eons. It's very strange. Coochie Kopi! Oh, are we gonna get trapped in the wall again? Thank you for the super. Based on your last video, when you choose a twin, you force Irminsul to rewrite the other twin to be the Abyss twin, like Rukkhadevata to Nihida. Yeah, I mean, I think whichever twin you choose is the one that gets discarded into the Abyss, for sure. Which is why they are using Abyss powers. I think that does make sense. And it then makes sense why they would resent being discarded. Could explain why they say things like, do you really hate the heavenly principles? Kind of, but not really. That kind of thing. But yeah, no, I think that's likely. I think that's very likely. Aha is a tree of masks. It is the culmination of anyone who laughs at the void or the absurdity of the cosmos. Oh, so like a Jinmenju. Like Shuhoo. Yeah, I understand. No playable eons, please. From a meta perspective, it'll fuck up the power scaling more. From an atmosphere standpoint, it ruins the eldritch nature of the eons. That is also true. I think that's kind of the bigger thing that bothers me about like Aha being one particular person. Like I kind of understand it from the Akavili side of things because Akavili being the trailblazer does make sense. Or at least the trailblazer being the next Akavili or whatever. Like I kind of get it, but at the same time, like the more you humanize the eons, the less interesting they become. And if you want the eons to remain big and intimidating and mysterious, then you kind of need them to maintain a certain distance from the cast. You know what I mean? I think that's kind of where I'm at with it. Is it stupid that I think Aha is the player? Like, we are multiple characters and we were there in the train? I mean, it's possible. Aha does have ties to a tree. He climbed to the top of the tree of existence. Yeah, I mean, he basically went to the end of the imaginary tree, saw something, and went a little nuts. Yeah. Can you imagine getting Aha getting power crept by some small town girl in the next world? Yeah, here's that. There is that. Aha has always been called the eon closest to humanity. I looked that up. That was actually, he's one of, or they are one of the eons closest to humanity. So he's not the, but one of. I keep calling him a he. It's not a he, it's a they. I default to he. Why doesn't Lumine have an elementless form in the beginning of the game like Ether? I think it's because Lumine is supposed to be white and Ether is supposed to be black thematically. Like they're supposed to be like a yin yang of opposites. So I think both of them are technically elementless. Technically, at the start of the game. It's just that for Lumine it looks a little different. Does Lumine have the black void on her little glowing medallion if you choose her? I haven't played as Lumine. Just full disclosure. I have an Ether account, so I'm not 100% sure. Either way, though, I'm standing by the yin-yang statement. You feel like we would need a new rarity level for a playable Eon, or maybe have them be a universal buff, but if you have all of one path in a party or something, but even that's really hard to balance. I mean, we do have mono elation. So it's not like impossible. There's also mono nihility, there's also mono erudition. What other mono teams do we have right now? I think that's it. But like mono harmony would be really messed up. Like you couldn't do a mono harmony, which is ironic given the nature of the harmony. Because like most harmony skills don't work on other harmony units. You know what I mean? So that'd be really awkward. So yeah, I don't know that they do something like that. I really don't. I feel like that would be, like you said, a big balancing nightmare. So you're saying that for Eons to be playable in HSR, they would have to be the last ever characters made so as not to be power crept? I mean, okay. Technically, Aha is currently playable. if you want to argue that. Because if you think about it, we have friggin' what do you call it? Punchline. Right? Don't we have punchline? Yeah. This makes Aha appear in the action bar. So anytime you play an elation unit and you generate punchline, you're basically summoning Aha. So like this is technically as playable of an Eon as you can get right now. The Aha instant, yeah. Oh, right, mono remembrance is a thing. Yep, that's true. Yeah. What if Aha is all the masked fools? I mean, probably. But it's probably all of the morning actors as well. You need balance. I know they're called the laughter, but you need balance. If Eons aren't playable, do you think Sinners and the Heavenly Principles are? I don't think the Heavenly Principles will be playable. I do think it's possible for the Sinners to be playable, but it's going to be a long friggin' time. Like, end of Travail. That's my opinion. I think that the Sinners, if ever playable, can only be playable at the end of the Teyvat storyline chapter. The end of Travail. So, like, after Khaenri'ah. Because, like, at that point, you're basically saying, okay, the limits of what we can do within Teyvat have kind of been broken. So now we go beyond Teyvat, where there are stronger entities and whatever out there. And then you could start offering up entities like Certology or whatever into your playable roster. But it only makes sense at that point. If you do that before, like, if you try to make, like, rare playable now, like, that kind of sucks. That would kind of suck. Because either he would power creep everyone so badly that the game would be horribly unbalanced, or he would be so normal as to provide every player with cognitive dissonance, being like, this is the guy who's supposed to embody the concept of death. Why does he suck? Or like, why does he have the same damage output as Klee, right? That's kind of a... yeah. You've heard Certology is super strong in lore, that he can go toe-to-toe with some HSR characters. Is that true? I mean, Certology is very strong in lore, but if you're asking if he can go toe-to-toe with HSR characters, that's impossible to say, because as far as we know, there is currently no confirmed relationship between Genshin and HSR. So we have no point of comparison to know where Certology is at on that scale. Is it possible that Asmoday also becomes playable with a redesign, but we don't know jack about her? So anything is possible? I mean, it's possible, but again, it doesn't make any sense to make her playable until after the Travail storyline. So after Khaenri'ah, after Stuzhia, like far after. What about the Abyss and Sea of Quanta? What do you mean? We got the Teyvat glider at the Herta station. Yeah, we did, but it's really, like, this is where it's really difficult to say whether or not that is just an Easter egg by the dev team or it's an actual intentional reference. Like, is Aloy actually canonically part of Teyvat's story? Or is she just a crossover character? Like, you really do have to look at it from that perspective, unfortunately. You'd have to compete feats of strength, but it probably doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, that's also way out of my wheelhouse. I do not want to compare power levels. The day I make a power level tier list is the day I stop making videos. I will not do it. Not doing it. What about Columbina, who has the power of the 3 moons? She's basically a god. Yeah, I know. I do have mixed feelings about that too. Many mixed feelings about that as well. Like, I'm trying to think of how to word this. I do have a lot of cognitive dissonance using Columbina on the field, knowing that she's the triple moon goddess. Cause like it does feel weird. Like on the one hand, her design is pretty subdued to the point where she does feel like a little bit more of a normal character or a normal demon god level character. But it is weird. It is very weird. But again, I guess I could say the same thing for Nouvelette being a dragon sovereign and playable. I could say the same thing. But I also feel like the sinners, even outside of the cognitive dissonance being able to play as them would cause, I still feel like... Let me put it another way. The moons themselves, we don't really have any feats that they accomplished, right? We don't know what their actual power level was. They were meant to guide Teyvat and I guess technically protect it, but we don't know what their capabilities actually were. We can only compare their abilities to Nibelung's in the sense of like Nibelung used them as weaponry. But that might mean that the power of a moon is actually like in the physical rock that the moon is. You know what I mean? Like if there's weaponry in there. So the avatars themselves may not be that powerful without access to like their core. You know what I mean? But I feel like if you were to make, say, Renova playable, that would be so much more difficult to swallow, I think, than Columbina, because while we don't have a baseline for what the moons should be able to do, we do have a baseline for what Renova should be able to do. And Renova cursed an entire civilization to death. Well, to immortality, immortal death, undying, right? Like, what are you going to do if you play as her? Are you just going to walk around and she's just going to snap her fingers and everyone just suddenly turns into a hilichurl and keels over? Like, is that what she's going to, like, do you see what I mean? Like, it would just be so weird. Anyway. You could say the same about Raiden. She's supposed to cut an island in half. I mean, yeah. I mean, these are fair points. These are fair points, but I still, like, for me, Archons feel like a lower level of power and, like, showcasing it. But maybe I'm making false equivalencies. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe you can play as the Shade of Death and it doesn't change the meta. I don't know. Castress death aura on 24/7. Yeah. Yeah, then what would Istaroth do? Would she just freeze time? Would she be like stasis in Well, it's not just stasis. What's the other one? The rewind one. I forget the names. It's been so long since I played Tears of the Kingdom now. I can't remember the name of the rewind feature. I don't know, but there is some cognitive dissonance. Part of the reason why I'm so forever ago, I made a video about I made a video that was basically a theory that all of the playable characters that we have are actually just the traveler shape-shifting and borrowing powers from the people they meet. And for me, that then made the power levels more believable. Because they were kind of tied to the traveler. And that was how I resolved my cognitive dissonance. Recall. Yes, right. Recall. That's what it is. Yeah, stasis and recall. That'd be kind of funny. That's some pharmaceutical grade cope, and I will partake. It's okay. It's a crack theory from like 1.3 or something. Like really old. It's very old. Yeah. But yeah, there's a lot of ways to rationalize. It feels weird for me for the centers to be playable. It feels very weird. It also feels very weird for the shades to be playable. But like, I think maybe it feels less weird for Columbina to be playable because we didn't think that she was gonna be like the moon goddess for the longest time. We just thought she was gonna be like maybe a biblically accurate angel. And that seemed achievable. So maybe that's part of it. I don't know. Who knows? Hard to say. Cyrus Gold, thank you for the super once again. I feel like I've thanked you many times today. You don't have to keep super. I see you. But thank you. Official's imagination created a world acknowledged during the recent event as actually being another world. So she's basically a goddess too. I mean, yeah, technically. If you can create a world, then you are technically a descender of that world, are you not? Is that not accurate? Is Durin not technically a descender of Simulanka in some ways? Does he not qualify? You wonder if she was planned to be the moon goddess from the start? I don't know. That's really, really, really hard to say. I will say, I do think she was meant to be less friendly. I think she was initially meant to be less friendly, more like naive, but in a dangerous way. Like she was supposed to be a little less human. And I think they made her more human. I'm pretty confident on that, but whether or not they intended for her to always be the moon, no idea. Whether they always intended for Zabai to look like the Welkin Moon Blessing card, no idea. It's really difficult to say, and we'll probably never know the answer to that. We'd have to talk to some of the writing team to find out. Durin didn't do the creating. He was the one who was created. He was created. That is true. However, he's also the one currently creating, which would make him his own heavenly principles. And the heavenly principles was the first descender, which would make Durin a descender. No? Yes? Yes. So there's someone before Nebel who wrote Nebel? I mean, yeah, that's possible. That is possible. There's one thing I didn't mention in the last video I was talking about with the whole Wagner thing. In Flowers for Princess Fischl, there's actually a line that talks about Wagner, but it also talks about Zarathustra. And it talks about two different causalities. One where the opera writer wins, and one where Zarathustra wins. And Wagner would have been the one to write Nibelung, the Song of the Nibelung in this case, right? So you could argue that Zarathustra would have been something similar, also the one who would write the Song of the Nibelung. And then you would, like, they're basically vying for which one is the true author of the world. Wagner or Zarathustra. So it's interesting to me that way. Because neither of them are Tarask. I know it says Tisrak or whatever, but the original thing is Tarask, so leave me alone. Well, we have Wagner and Mondstadt. Yeah, I know. We've got a Wagner in Mondstadt. It's not a totally unique name. Speaking of the Nibelung, do you have any more thoughts on the idea you mentioned in another stream that Istaroth is an entity that's older that was involved with Nibelung? I mean, I think my thoughts were pretty basic on that, no? I mean, Istaroth being the that was Hymns of the Far North, wasn't it? Yeah. It's these lines here that kind of give me pause, that make me think it may be potentially what I'm thinking. Basically, like, she was never born and she shall never die. And she, when she was born, also gave birth to herself. So she's a mother who birthed herself, which is actually exactly like Columbina, because Columbina also technically birthed herself, the way that this whole thing works. So my thought was that Istaroth might be, I guess for lack of a better term, Nibelung's wife. It's not exact, but basically, if you follow the Gnostic myths for the birth of Phanes, Phanes was birthed from the primordial egg, which was created by two serpent gods, Kronos Ion and Ananke, so time and inevitability. And they basically manifested directly from the darkness. No one created them. They manifested themselves, okay? So my thought was, what if you had one of them be time and one of them be fate, right? So flip them around, though. Kronos Ion would be in charge of fate, whereas Istaroth would be in charge of time. And the reason for that is because Nibelung is the author of the world, so he chooses the fate of the individuals, whereas Istaroth basically rules over the whole course of time itself, right? You could flip it the other way around. It doesn't matter too much. The point is that they rule over fate and time. That was it. And from their egg, or their world, came Phanes, and then all of creation kind of kickstarted after their birth. So my thought was that this is another official thing, actually, now that I think about it. Oh, no, this is a Pale Princess thing, isn't it? This is a Pale... Okay, this is a Pale Princess thing. It's a little different. It's going to make me write the whole friggin' title of it, and I don't want to. So, I've been calling Ananke the Night Mother. as an allegory in this story. And my thought process was basically like, if you had like a goddess of fate who ruled over the abyss, then that would be like your fate goddess of sorts. If you had a fate goddess who lived in the abyss, it would obviously be your fate goddess. What am I saying? No. Too many thoughts in head, swirling, making noise. Very difficult. Listen. Let's do a different angle. This will make it easier. Okay. So, Ananke here is also the fourth fate, right? So if you had 1 fate, 2 fate, 3 fate, she's the mother of the fates. She's like the fourth fate here, right? She's governing over the story of the world, essentially. So to me, like, it was always aria, sonnet, canon, Ananke. So there was like a secret fourth goddess deity in my head. So my thought was that Nibelung may have not made the world entirely on his own. He may have had a partner, an opposite, a yang to the yin, if you will. And I thought that it would make sense if it were time itself, right? It would make sense to me. You always wondered who illustrates all the images on the lore wiki. Okay, first off, they're usually taken from other sources. So this came from this, right? This is a modern illustration of a passage in the Myth of by Plato. So there's a lot of different people who do this. Like, people don't just make illustrations for the wiki articles. They actually take them from the sources that the Wikipedia articles are based off of. So, I mean, like, there's a lot to refute this idea at this point. But you could also argue that Fate may just be Voyager, for all we know. Because that's, like, the only entity that had contact with Nibelung that we know of. And maybe they're trapped inside of Teyvat now. Difficult to say. Very difficult to say. But, I was really only thinking in this direction because of the fact that the primordial one is allegedly named Phanes. And Phanes was the god birthed from the primordial egg. Who, yeah. Yeah, here we go. So in Orphic literature, Phanes was believed to have been hatched from the world egg of Kronos and Ananke. Or alternatively, Nyx. And this is kind of like where the Night Mother thing came in. That's right, because Nyx is the goddess of night. It has the whole black bird form and everything and all that kind of stuff. But also, Nyx is also sometimes Phanes' wife, sometimes his daughter, and sometimes his mother. So it's a complicated mythology. Okay, it's just complicated. But that was kind of how I ended up at Night Mother being related to Ananke and that kind of thing. And I figured that if you had a god of light, it would make sense to also have a god of dark at the same time to form like the yin-yang kind of thing. But a Gaia and an Uranus situation, yeah, similar. A Gaia and an Uranus situation is pretty similar to what I was thinking. The egg itself would be the world in this case. Maybe Istaroth's ability to split Zabai into 3 shades that are heavily reminiscent of the Moon Sisters is a hint to this. It is possible. It's also possible that the Istaroth we know is actually the 1,000 Winds, right? And the 1,000 Winds got fractured and split all over the place. And so she's really just a fragment of her former self. Like maybe she self-shattered herself, you know? Didn't Voyager get assimilated by the Borg? I don't think so. With the themes of eating gods in the story world, do you have any candidates for the Traveler or Dainslift to eat by the end of the Travail chapter? Yeah, they're gonna eat Paimon. They're emergency food. What do you mean? Of course we're gonna eat Paimon. I feel like eating gods are the only solution for the deep-rooted gods in the legend of Saha. No way to kill them, otherwise the world crumbles, so you merge with them. You eat them and usurp the story. Yeah. I should really revisit the legend of Saha at some point. Because, like, I know a lot of people compare Genshin to Honkai Star Rail and also to Honkai Impact 3rd. But, like, to me, Genshin feels like at its foundation more of a revisitation of even older ideas like Honkai Gakuen 2 and previous. Like that's always kind of been my take on it. It makes more sense. You mean, yeah, but other than Paimon? I mean, I think beyond that, I think the Traveler would actually eat Nibelung, honestly. Eat the whole world. Because, like, if you think about it, they kind of have to. If the Traveler wants to, like, save the world from the Abyss, then they kind of have to purify the entirety of the Abyss. And we already know that the Traveler and the Abyss Twin are, like, infinite vessels for abyssal power. Like, they can take in an unlimited amount, in theory. So, like, there's nothing to say that they can't, like, just go to the center of Teyvat and then just absorb all of the Abyss into their being. And if I'm right about Nibelung being in the Abyss, then they would technically also eat Nibelung and all of Khaenri'ah. The original Khaenri'ah, not the new one. So Istaroth is a Traveler's wife? Yeah, this is why it gets complicated when you start talking about gods and marriage. It gets so complicated. Have we learned why they can absorb infinite amounts of abyss? Not explicitly. Like, the game hasn't flat out come out and said, oh, they can absorb abyss for this reason. They haven't said that. They've given us enough clues that we can kind of piece together a decent idea of why. But nothing explicit, no. Usurp the wife. Oh, jeez. Didn't Melusine describe the Traveler as a monster that would devour the world? Yeah. Yeah. Hold up, the Abyss Twins and the Traveler? Those are separate things? Well, I mean, the Traveler is a descender, and the Abyss Twin is not. So the reason why I'm saying both of them, the Traveler and the Abyss Twin, as two separate things is because they are technically two separate things, right? And I want to differentiate the power of them as individuals or as twins, like whatever their species may be, and their role within the world. In other words, the ability to purify the Abyss, or at least absorb it, is not something unique to a descender, right? Because the Abyss Twin can also do it, and they are not a descender. That's the idea. Is Koitar more Luciferan than the Traveler Twin, since her Nodcry OST is literally called Hesperos? Well, I mean, her name literally means Dawn Star. Well, it means Lady Dawn. But in Hymn to the Far North, she's called the Dawn Star. And in other places, too. So, yes, I mean, she did lead the rebellion against heaven, so yes. But here's the thing. being a torch bearer or a light bringer, let's call it a light bringer, that is a role that recurs throughout the entirety of the Hoyoverse, right? Like, it is a role that they give a protagonist. A light bringer is someone who brings enlightenment, literally, to the people, right? So if you look at Zenless Zone Zero, we have Phaethon. That they are the sons of Helios, essentially. So in that case, Lightbringer, right? We have the Trailblazer, has a Stellaron in them. It's a star made of light. That makes him a Lightbringer. You have the Traveler, also full of dawn imagery. That makes them a Lightbringer. Like, Lightbringers in general are ones who bring enlightenment. It's like a trope. Maybe thematically it's because the travelers are described as stars, and stars are nuclear furnaces and reorder matter into complex molecules. Yes! Everything boils down to stellar nuclear synthesis. Because that is the alchemy of a star. Which means that stars are dragons, because dragons are crucibles for alchemy, and that's why they're the symbols of transmutation, and that's why the traveling twins are dragons. Little baby dragons, shaped as people. Because they don't have enough other people inside of them yet. Ooh, that's an awkward thing to say. I did not say that right. They haven't eaten enough people. That's even worse. I think I should stop now. Taken out of the context of Genshin, those are two very suspiciously worded things to say. Like the Flame Chasers too. Yeah, exactly. The point is that the Nibelung was supposed to be the embodiment of everything in the world, all living creatures, right? Like in Star Rail, for example, Terravox was the embodiment or the thing that would take care of all of the living creatures in the world except for humans. So, and he was a dragon. So, like, the idea is that they need to literally absorb the entirety of the world in order to become a dragon. Baby dragons. Baby dragons are people. That's what I've decided. When in doubt, eat your gods. We would have so many less problems on this planet if we would just eat our gods. You're so right. Just eat your gods, man. All right. I'm gonna call it here. I was gonna reschedule this stream because of terrible internet, but we ended up powering through it and just staring at blank wiki pages for 3 hours. So, bravo, friends, bravo! You all have done very well! This feels very fitting for today being Easter with all the divinity eating Eucharist stuff. Oh, please don't send me down the Eucharist rabbit hole again. I still have to write a whole theory about why Nibelung is a vampire. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Eventually. I'll get to it. I can do it. I'm gonna do it. Easter eggs. Yeah, no, cosmic eggs. Phaenus in the cosmic egg. Yeah, we're hunting for Phaenus's eggs. No. Not saying no. Okay, I'm gonna go now. We made it through the scream. Yay! Okay, well, thanks for putting up with me, guys. I know this was a unexpected series of technical mishaps and whatnot. But yeah, I'm gonna go before we start getting loopy. Although I think you guys would enjoy loopy. It would be funny. Ashvale vampire. Listen. He was in cryostasis. He was sleeping.